Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time, I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny, and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending, or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him. It was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The Tell Me More technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the tell me more technique in so many different settings, debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The tell me more approach isn't just a conversation tool, it's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limits subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life.
Never beg for love and have everything naturally with Stoic wisdom. Have you ever felt like you're chasing love, only to end up feeling lost and unfulfilled? Imagine if, instead of seeking validation from others, you became the star of your own emotional solar system, effortlessly attracting genuine connections. Not begging for affection transforms you into a beacon of confidence and self-assurance, naturally drawing admirers into your orbit. In this video, we will delve into the mysteries of love through the lens of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us to cultivate inner strength and resilience. By embracing Stoic principles, you can transform your quest for meaningful connections into a graceful dance of trust, self-esteem, and self-awareness. We'll explore how each choice we make shapes our path, and how, just like stars, we too can evolve towards our brightest selves, attracting and maintaining authentic relationships. Stay with us as we unravel these insights, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and watch till the end for all the valuable content. Number 1. The nature of genuine love. Genuine love is a commitment, a conscious choice to nurture and grow with another person. It is not something that simply blossoms out of nowhere. Rather, it is more like a garden that you need to cultivate carefully. This garden requires constant work, unwavering dedication, patience, time, and above all, trust. True love demands that you be your authentic self, embracing your strengths and acknowledging your flaws. It is about understanding and appreciating the character and value of the other person, admiring not just who they are today, but also who they are becoming. This form of love aligns perfectly with Stoic principles, where self-awareness and inner strength play pivotal roles. Imagine a garden where each plant represents a facet of your relationship. Some plants require daily watering and sunlight, while others thrive with minimal intervention. Similarly, love needs consistent effort, honest communication, and shared experiences to grow. Neglecting any part of this garden results in withering, just as neglect in a relationship leads to disconnection and dissatisfaction. The work is continuous, but the rewards are immense. A thriving, beautiful garden that stands as a testament to your dedication. True love also involves embracing imperfections. We are all flawed beings, and genuine love sees beyond these flaws, focusing instead on growth and potential. This perspective echoes Stoic teachings on self-improvement and resilience. By acknowledging our imperfections and striving to improve, we foster a relationship environment that encourages mutual growth and understanding. In this journey, patience is your ally, and honesty is your guide. Patience allows you to weather the storms of misunderstanding and conflict, while honesty ensures that your relationship remains grounded in reality. As you invest in your personal growth, you simultaneously nurture the relationship, allowing it to flourish naturally. This mutual development leads to a deeper connection, fostering a bond that withstands the test of time and adversity. Genuine love, much like a well-tended garden, requires effort, but offers profound beauty and fulfillment in return. In this steadfast commitment lies the essence of true love, unwavering, nurturing, and ever-growing. Number 2, understanding love through Stoicism. Stoicism, though not specifically focused on romantic relationships, offers profound insights that can guide us in our quest for meaningful connections. By using Stoic principles, we learn to approach relationships with logic rather than sentimentality. This perspective helps us recognize and interpret patterns shaping our choice of a life partner, making us better prepared to achieve our life goals. Love, from a Stoic viewpoint, is not a spontaneous or purely emotional phenomenon. Instead, it is a conscious decision to build a life with someone who harmonizes with us at a fundamental level. To apply this wisdom, we must demystify the concept of love at first sight, a romanticized idea often linked to physical attraction and elusive chemistry. True love, as Stoics understand, is cultivated with care and intention. Much like a well-tended garden, it is grounded in reality, not fantasy. This grounded approach allows us to see our partners clearly, appreciating their strengths and understanding their flaws, while fostering a connection based on mutual respect and shared values. This realistic perspective helps in forming relationships that are both resilient and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. In relationships, this means recognizing that while we cannot control our partner's actions or feelings, we can control our responses and efforts. This focus on personal responsibility encourages a balanced, equitable partnership where both individuals contribute to the relationship's success. By acknowledging the impermanence of emotions and the importance of rational decision-making, Stoics provide a framework for building lasting, meaningful connections. By embracing Stoic principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. This approach leads to deeper, more fulfilling connections that enhance our personal growth and happiness. Love, seen through the lens of Stoicism, becomes a deliberate and enriching part of our lives, helping us achieve harmony and purpose in our most important relationships. Number 3, key components of true love. True love is an intricate dance of mutual respect, commitment, and appreciation. It goes beyond mere physical attraction or fleeting emotions. It is about seeing and valuing the essence of the other person, respecting their journey, and supporting their growth. This kind of love requires you to admire and appreciate not only who your partner is today, but also who they aspire to become. In Stoic philosophy, love is a reflection of virtue, where the relationship is built on the pillars of honesty, integrity, and shared values. In true love, the connection between partners is rooted in mutual respect and a deep understanding of each other's character. This connection is not swayed by superficial qualities, but is built on a solid foundation of shared principles and life goals. By focusing on inner beauty and character, we create a lasting bond that endures the challenges of time. True love, in its purest form, is about a deep connection that remains solid and vibrant despite the passing years. It is a partnership where both individuals grow together, supporting and uplifting each other, leading to a life of shared happiness and fulfillment. It's essential to differentiate true love from obsession or simple physical attraction, as these can lead to toxic and problematic relationships. Obsession often stems from insecurity and a desire to possess, while true love is about freedom and mutual respect. In true love, there is no room for control or manipulation. Instead, it thrives on trust and open communication. By embracing these principles, we cultivate a relationship environment where both partners feel valued and respected. In a world often obsessed with external appearances, it's crucial to remember that true love looks beyond the surface. It values the essence of a person, their virtues, and their potential. This Stoic approach to love ensures that our relationships are grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 4, practicing reciprocity. Reciprocity is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. It involves a mutual exchange of respect, care, and appreciation. In Stoic terms, reciprocity is about returning the good we receive from others, acting justly and generously. It is an essential virtue for living harmoniously in society and is equally vital in romantic relationships. By practicing reciprocity, we express our gratitude and recognition for the other person, thereby strengthening the bonds that hold us together. In a romantic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. It is about giving as much as you receive, fostering a sense of equality and mutual support. This practice promotes harmony and cooperation, ensuring that both partners feel valued and respected. In a Stoic relationship, reciprocity means both partners are equally invested in each other's well-being, creating a balanced and nurturing environment. Reciprocity is not just about grand gestures. It is found in everyday acts of kindness and consideration. It involves listening attentively, offering support during tough times, and celebrating each other's successes. This approach not only strengthens the relationship, but also contributes to personal growth and self-awareness. By embracing reciprocity, we cultivate a partnership that is built on trust, respect, and a shared commitment to each other's happiness and fulfillment. When both partners practice reciprocity, the relationship flourishes. Each act of kindness and support reinforces the bond, creating a positive cycle of giving and receiving. This mutual exchange nurtures the relationship, making it more resilient to challenges and enriching both partners' lives. Reciprocity, therefore, is a fundamental component of true love, ensuring that both individuals feel valued and appreciated. Number 5, managing relationship challenges. Relationships are not without their challenges, and managing them requires wisdom and resilience. It is crucial to preserve your self-respect and recognize when it is time to move on. If a relationship consistently brings pain and the other person is unwilling to change despite honest communication, it may be time to let go. Remember, your well-being and happiness are paramount. Time has a wonderful ability to heal even the deepest wounds, And while scars may remain, the damage is not eternal. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This principle is invaluable in navigating the end of a relationship. It encourages us to hold our heads high, learn from the experience, and continue our journey with greater wisdom. You have the power to decide how to react to a breakup, choosing to move forward with dignity and strength. Embrace the lessons learned and allow yourself to grow from them, knowing that each ending brings the potential for a new beginning. Facing relationship challenges with a Stoic mindset means accepting that pain and difficulty are part of life. These experiences are opportunities for growth and self-discovery. By maintaining our composure and focusing on our personal development, we can navigate these challenges with grace and resilience. This approach helps us emerge stronger and more self-aware, ready to embrace future relationships with a renewed sense of purpose and understanding. It is essential to communicate openly and honestly with your partner when facing difficulties. By addressing issues directly and constructively, you create an environment where problems can be resolved and the relationship can grow stronger. If, despite your best efforts, the relationship cannot be salvaged, remember that ending it may be the healthiest choice for both parties. This decision should be made with compassion and respect, allowing both individuals to move forward positively. Number 6. Choosing a life partner. Choosing a life partner is one of the most significant decisions you will make. It is essential to look beyond physical appearance and seek a deeper connection based on shared values and mutual respect. Physical beauty is fleeting, but the qualities that matter, intelligence, integrity, and the ability to be a true companion, endure over time. A Stoic approach to choosing a partner involves focusing on inner beauty and character, qualities that will support a lasting and healthy relationship. Seek someone who can become your best friend, your trusted advisor, and your solid support in times of adversity. This connection should be one that remains vibrant despite the passing years, rooted in mutual understanding and respect. Avoid the obsession with finding the physically perfect person, and instead channel your energy into finding a partner who stands out for their character and the potential to grow with you. This approach will lead to a fulfilling and enduring partnership where both individuals support and uplift each other, creating a life of shared happiness and growth. In choosing a life partner, it is vital to consider their values and how they align with your own. Shared values create a strong foundation for a relationship, ensuring that both partners are moving in the same direction and supporting each other's goals. This alignment fosters a sense of unity and purpose, making it easier to navigate life's challenges together. Additionally, look for a partner who embodies the virtues you admire. These virtues might include kindness, honesty, humility, and perseverance. By surrounding yourself with someone who reflects these qualities, you create an environment that encourages your own growth and development. This mutual influence leads to a more fulfilling and enriching relationship. Ultimately, the goal is to find a partner with whom you can build a life based on mutual respect, shared values, and a commitment to personal and collective growth. This Stoic approach to choosing a life partner ensures that your relationship is grounded in reality and built on a foundation that can withstand the tests of time and adversity. Number 7. Examples of Stoic relationships. Marcus Aurelius and his wife Faustine exemplify a Stoic relationship built on mutual respect, support, and shared values. Their partnership was a testament to the principles of Stoicism, where love is a conscious commitment to nurture and grow together, Despite the pressures of ruling an empire and facing personal losses, Marcus Aurelius found solace and strength in his relationship with Faustina. They practiced temperance, justice, courage and wisdom, the cardinal virtues of Stoicism, not only in their governance, but also in their personal lives. Their relationship was not without challenges and rumors, but Marcus Aurelius defended their bond with unwavering faith and loyalty. This steadfastness is a reflection of Stoic moral courage and the value of true love. By choosing a partner based on character and integrity, and by supporting each other through adversity, they created a relationship that was both powerful and enduring. Their example teaches us that true love, from a Stoic perspective, is a choice rooted in virtue and mutual respect, leading to a life of shared growth and fulfillment. In the journey of love, embracing Stoic principles can transform your relationships into sources of strength and personal growth. By being true to yourself, practicing reciprocity, and choosing partners based on character and shared values, you lay the foundation for a fulfilling and enduring connection. Remember, your well-being and happiness are deeply intertwined with the relationships you cultivate. As you apply these insights, you'll find that love becomes a beacon of stability and wisdom in your life. If you've found this exploration of Stoic love insightful, I invite you to join our community of wisdom seekers. Like this video to show your support, subscribe to our channel for more content on cultivating wisdom and happiness, and share your own experiences in the comments below. Your journey towards a brighter, more fulfilling life begins with a single step. Stay strong, stay focused, and continue to grow with us. See you in the next video.
10 subtle ways your best friend is jealous of you and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever achieved something significant only to sense that your best friend's reaction wasn't as genuine as you hoped? Perhaps their smile didn't quite reach their eyes, or their congratulations felt forced. Jealousy, even in the closest friendships, can manifest subtly, hiding beneath layers of admiration and connection. Jealousy is a complex emotion, a mix of admiration for your success and resentment born of their own insecurities. It doesn't always mean malice. Sometimes it's a reflection of their internal struggles. Yet, when left unchecked, jealousy can erode the foundation of trust and support that defines a healthy friendship. The purpose of this video is not to vilify jealousy, but to help you recognize the subtle signs when it arises in your closest relationships. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-awareness and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul." By observing rather than reacting, we can approach situations of jealousy with clarity and composure. It's essential to remember that someone's jealousy often says more about their insecurities than about your actions. A true friend's struggles with envy might stem from their fears of inadequacy or unfulfilled goals. By recognizing this, you can navigate these dynamics with empathy while protecting your peace. In the coming sections, we'll explore 10 subtle signs that your best friend may be jealous of you. We'll also discuss how to handle these situations gracefully, maintaining your values and fostering healthier connections. Let's dive in with an open mind and a calm heart, as the Stoics would, ready to face challenges with wisdom and understanding. 1. Downplaying your achievements. Imagine sharing exciting news with your best friend, a promotion, a personal milestone, or an accomplishment you've worked hard for, only to hear them brush it off with a dismissive comment like, "Well, it's not that big of a deal," or "It's about time you achieve something like that." These remarks, subtle as they may seem, can sting and leave you wondering why your success doesn't spark genuine enthusiasm. This behavior often stems from envy. Instead of celebrating with you, your friend minimizes your accomplishments to protect their own sense of worth. It's not necessarily malicious. It might reflect their inner struggles with inadequacy or comparison. Still, it's important to recognize how these comments can affect the dynamics of your friendship. Stoic wisdom reminds us to remain grounded in our values and not let external opinions define our happiness. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your achievements are yours to celebrate, regardless of how others respond. Do not let their dismissal cloud your pride in what you've earned. When this happens, respond with grace and clarity. For example, you might say, "This milestone means a lot to me, and I'd appreciate your support." If the pattern continues, take note of how their behavior affects your emotional well-being. True friends will uplift you, not diminish your joy. Recognizing this subtle sign isn't about confrontation, but awareness. A friend who downplays your achievements may not realize the impact of their words. By maintaining your confidence and addressing the behavior calmly, you protect your peace and encourage healthier dynamics in the relationship. 2. Excessive criticism disguised as honesty. A true friend offers constructive feedback, but when criticism becomes constant and feels more like an attack than helpful advice, it may be masking jealousy. This honesty often comes unsolicited and focuses on nitpicking your choices or undermining your confidence. Imagine sharing plans about a new project, only to hear, "Are you sure that's a good idea? It sounds risky," or "I wouldn't do it that way, but it's your call." While framed as concern, their comments often leave you doubting yourself rather than feeling supported. Stoicism teaches us to distinguish between what serves our growth and what detracts from it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." When criticism from a friend feels more like veiled judgment than encouragement, it's worth evaluating their intentions. Responding with calm and confidence is key. Acknowledge their input without internalizing it. "I hear what you're saying, but I feel good about this decision." If their behavior persists, consider discussing how their words affect you. "I value your perspective, but sometimes your feedback feels more critical than supportive." A genuine friend aims to build you up, not wear you down. By recognizing excessive criticism for what it is, you protect your confidence and maintain clarity about your path. 3. Competing with you. Healthy friendships thrive on mutual support, but when your friend starts treating your achievements as benchmarks for their own, it shifts the dynamic from camaraderie to competition. Instead of celebrating your successes, they respond with their own accomplishments or plans to outshine you. Imagine telling your friend you've started running 5Ks, only for them to announce their intention to run a marathon, immediately turning the conversation into a comparison. Or perhaps you share news of a promotion and they respond with, "Well, I'm planning to apply for an even better position soon." This competitive behavior often stems from insecurity. Stoicism reminds us not to measure our worth by external achievements. As Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." True contentment comes from self-mastery, not from outdoing others. Addressing this dynamic requires tact. Focus on redirecting the conversation to mutual celebration. "That's great. I'm happy we're both achieving our goals." If the competition feels relentless, you may need to set boundaries or limit discussions that trigger this behavior. Friendship is not a race. It's a journey taken together. A wise person prioritizes collaboration over rivalry, fostering a bond where both parties can thrive without comparison. 4. Lack of genuine happiness for your success. A best friend should be your biggest cheerleader, but if their congratulations feel forced or their enthusiasm seems shallow, it could be a sign of jealousy. Instead of celebrating your wins, They may subtly shift the focus back to themselves or offer lukewarm praise that leaves you feeling unsupported. For instance, you share that you've landed a dream job, and they respond with, "That's nice, but I've been thinking about applying for something similar," or "Cool. Anyway, guess what happened to me today?" Their reaction isn't about celebrating your joy, it's about diverting attention. Stoicism teaches us to value internal affirmation over external validation. As Seneca said, the greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends on tomorrow and wastes today. Your happiness should not hinge on another's approval or reaction. Celebrate your successes fully, regardless of how others respond. When you notice this behavior, try addressing it with kindness. I'd love to share more about this. Your support means a lot to me. If their lack of enthusiasm continues, reflect on whether their behavior is a pattern or an isolated instance. True friends find joy in each other's victories. By recognizing a lack of genuine happiness, you can protect your emotional well-being and nurture connections where your successes are truly celebrated. 5. Spreading gossip or making snide remarks. A jealous friend may resort to gossip or passive-aggressive comments as a way to undermine you subtly. These behaviors can be especially hurtful as they erode trust and leave you questioning the foundation of your friendship. For example, you hear that your friend has shared personal details about your struggles with others, or made an offhand remark like, "She's successful now, but you wouldn't believe what she was like before." These actions often stem from their attempt to diminish your image in the eyes of others. Stoicism emphasizes integrity and self-respect. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Focus on living in alignment with your values, knowing that gossip or negativity reflects their character, not yours. When faced with gossip or snide remarks, address the issue calmly and directly. "I heard you shared something personal about me. Is that true? It hurt to hear that." This approach shifts the focus from blame to accountability. If they deny or justify their actions, it may signal a deeper issue in the relationship. Friendships thrive on trust, and when that trust is broken, it's essential to evaluate the relationship's health. A wise person does not tolerate behaviors that undermine their peace or integrity. Seek connections built on respect and distance yourself from those who erode it. 6. Avoiding you during your high points. True friends are there to share in your joy, but a jealous friend might withdraw when you're thriving. Instead of celebrating your successes with you, they distance themselves, leaving you feeling unsupported during your most significant moments. Picture this. You achieve a personal milestone, like graduating, getting a promotion, or completing a major project. Instead of showing up for your celebration or offering heartfelt congratulations, your friend suddenly becomes too busy or keeps their interactions with you minimal. Their absence isn't coincidental. It's a reflection of their discomfort with your success. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own actions and accept that others' behavior is beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about others when you do not refer to some purpose of common utility." If a friend avoids you during your high points, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not a judgment of your worth. To address this, try expressing how you feel without accusation. "I missed you at my event. It would have meant a lot to have you there." Their response will help you gauge whether their absence is rooted in jealousy or simply poor timing. If the pattern persists, reflect on the value they bring to your life. True friendships shine brightest during celebrations and struggles alike. Surround yourself with people who uplift you during your highs and stand by you in your lows. Anything less is a relationship that stifles your growth. 7. Overly focusing on their problems. In a healthy friendship, there's space for both individuals to share their struggles and celebrate their wins. A jealous friend, however, may monopolize conversations with their own problems, leaving little room to acknowledge your achievements. This behavior subtly shifts the dynamic, making you feel unheard or overshadowed. For example, you share exciting news about a promotion, but before you've finished your story, your friend interrupts with their latest drama. "That's great, but let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. It's been a nightmare." Their constant focus on their struggles draws attention away from your joy and places it squarely on them. Stoicism encourages balance and the practice of mutual support. As Seneca wrote, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." Friendships should reflect this interconnectedness, where both parties feel valued and supported. If this pattern arises, gently steer the conversation back to balance. "I'm happy to hear about what's going on with you, but can we take a moment to celebrate my news too?" This approach reaffirms your need for reciprocity without diminishing their feelings. A true friendship values equality in emotional sharing. By recognizing when the balance shifts too far, you can protect your voice in the relationship and ensure that your achievements are honored as they deserve to be. 8. Copying you. Imitation may be the sincerest form of flattery, but when a friend starts copying your style, hobbies, or decisions in a way that feels competitive rather than admiring, it can be a subtle sign of jealousy. Their actions might reflect a desire to match your success rather than celebrate it. For instance, you start a fitness journey, and suddenly your friend embarks on the same routine, constantly comparing their progress to yours. Or perhaps you take up a new hobby and they join in, but make it a point to outperform you. What starts as shared interests can quickly feel like rivalry. Stoic wisdom reminds us to focus on our unique journey. Epictetus advised, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." You are not in competition with anyone, and your path should remain distinct, guided by your own values and goals. When you notice this behavior, respond with calm curiosity. "I noticed we've been overlapping a lot in what we do lately. What's inspired you?" This can open a dialogue and help you understand their intentions. If their imitation continues to feel competitive, it might be worth discussing your feelings more openly. True friends can share interests without turning them into contests. By maintaining confidence in your own individuality and addressing competitive behaviors with grace, you can preserve your peace and ensure your friendships remain healthy and fulfilling. 9. Sabotaging your efforts. A jealous friend may subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals or create obstacles that make it harder for you to succeed. This behavior is often framed as concern or practicality, but its underlying intent is to undermine your confidence or derail your progress. Imagine sharing your dream of starting a business, and your friend responds with, "That's a tough industry. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of stress?" Or perhaps you're preparing for an important presentation, and they accidentally cause delays or distractions, leaving you feeling unprepared. These actions, while subtle, reveal their discomfort with your potential success. Stoicism teaches us to remain steadfast in the face of external challenges. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A manipulative friend's attempts to sabotage you reflect their own fears and insecurities, not your capabilities. To address this, approach the situation calmly and directly. "I noticed you've been hesitant about my plans. Is there something you're worried about?" This opens a space for honest dialogue while making it clear you're aware of their behavior. If their actions persist, consider limiting their influence over your decisions. True friendships are supportive, not sabotaging. Protect your goals and aspirations by surrounding yourself with people who encourage your growth. A wise person prioritizes connections that inspire confidence, not doubt. 10. Expressing subtle resentment. Sometimes, jealousy manifests in offhand remarks or jokes that carry an undertone of bitterness or envy. These comments may be framed as humor, but often leave you questioning their true intent. For example, after you share an accomplishment, they might say, "Must be nice to have everything handed to you," or "Guess not everyone has to work as hard as I do." While these statements appear light-hearted, they carry an edge that reveals underlying resentment. Stoic philosophy advises us to focus on our own actions and remain unaffected by others' negativity. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize these remarks for what they are, a reflection of their internal struggle, not your worth or efforts. When faced with subtle resentment, respond with calm confidence. "I worked hard for this, and I'm proud of what I've achieved." If their behavior becomes a pattern, consider addressing it more openly. Your comments sometimes feel dismissive. Can we talk about this? Healthy friendships are built on mutual respect and support. Subtle resentment erodes trust and connection, so it's essential to protect your peace by addressing it calmly and, if necessary, stepping back from the relationship. A wise person values relationships that uplift, not those that undermine. By recognizing and addressing jealousy, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling connections. Solutions and how to handle jealousy in friendships. Jealousy in friendships, though challenging, doesn't have to lead to the end of the relationship. With awareness, understanding, and clear communication, you can address these dynamics while protecting your peace. Here are practical steps to navigate jealousy in friendships. 1. Self-awareness. Before addressing your friend's behavior, reflect on your own actions. Are you unintentionally triggering their insecurities? For instance, could your excitement about a recent success come across as boasting? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions and attitudes. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." By ensuring your behavior is balanced, you create a solid foundation for addressing their jealousy. 2. Open communication. Gently addressing the behavior can open the door to understanding. Approach the conversation with empathy rather than accusation. For example, "I've noticed some tension when I share my successes. Is everything okay? I value our friendship and want to understand how you feel." This encourages honesty and allows you both to work through the issue collaboratively. 3. Set boundaries. If their jealousy manifests as criticism, sabotage, or negativity, establish clear boundaries to protect your emotional well-being. Stoicism reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external approval. Say something like, "I value our time together, but I need our conversations to feel positive and supportive." Boundaries show respect for yourself and the relationship. 4. Encourage their growth. Jealousy often stems from feelings of inadequacy. Support your friend in pursuing their own goals and passions. Complement their strengths, offer encouragement, and celebrate their achievements. By focusing on their growth, you can help shift their perspective from comparison to self-improvement. 5. Know when to let go. Not all friendships can withstand the strain of jealousy, especially if it leads to toxic behaviors. Recognize when it's time to step back. As Epictetus said, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." Letting go doesn't mean failing. It means valuing your well-being and seeking healthier connections. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem to glide through their days with ease and purpose, while others struggle just to get out of bed? The secret often lies in the habits they cultivate each morning. Imagine waking up each day feeling refreshed, focused, and ready to conquer any challenge that comes your way. This isn't just a dream. It's achievable with a well-structured morning routine. In this guide, we'll explore 10 powerful habits that can transform your mornings and ultimately your life. From the simple act of making your bed to the profound practice of mindfulness, these habits will help you start your day on the right foot, setting a positive tone that lasts from dawn till dusk. Let's dive in and discover how you can make the most of every morning. 1. Meditate or practice mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day in meditation or mindfulness practices. This helps reduce stress, increase focus, and improve emotional well-being. Imagine starting your day with a calm mind, free from the chaos of daily life. For example, try sitting quietly in a comfortable position and focusing on your breath. As thoughts arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently return your focus to your breathing. Apps like Headspace or Calm offer guided meditations that can help beginners get started. Another approach is mindful walking. Take a slow, deliberate walk outside, paying close attention to the sensations of each step and the sounds around you. This simple practice can set a peaceful tone for the rest of your day, making you more resilient to stress and better equipped to handle challenges. To exercise regularly. Incorporate a daily exercise routine, even if it's just a short walk or stretching. Physical activity boosts mood, energy levels, and overall health. Picture yourself stepping out for a brisk morning walk, feeling the fresh air invigorate your senses. If you prefer indoor activities, a quick yoga session or a few minutes of stretching can work wonders. For instance, try the sun salutation sequence in yoga, which stretches and strengthens various muscle groups while promoting a sense of balance and calm. Exercise releases endorphins, the body's natural mood lifters, helping you start your day with a positive outlook. Consistency is key. Even a 10-minute routine can significantly impact your physical and mental well-being over time. 3. Review your goals daily. Regularly remind yourself of your goals to increase your chances of success. Imagine writing your goals on a whiteboard or in a journal where you can see them every morning. This daily review keeps your aspirations at the forefront of your mind, guiding your decisions and actions. For instance, if your goal is to write a book, seeing this reminder can motivate you to dedicate time each day to writing, even if it's just a few paragraphs. You could also use a vision board with images and words that represent your goals, helping to visualize your success. This practice not only boosts motivation, but also helps you stay focused and aligned with your long-term plans. 4. Make your bed, boost your mood, and set a productive tone for the day by making your bed as soon as you wake up. This simple task gives you an immediate sense of accomplishment. Imagine starting your day with a small victory, creating a ripple effect of productivity. When you make your bed, you create an organized environment that can reduce stress and promote a sense of order. For example, think about how much more inviting your bedroom looks when your bed is neatly made, setting a positive tone for the rest of your day. It's a small habit, but it can significantly impact your mindset, making you feel more in control and ready to tackle bigger tasks. 5. Read philosophy or scriptures. Start your day with wisdom by reading a passage from philosophical works or scriptures before checking your phone. This practice can provide perspective and inspire thoughtful reflection. Imagine beginning your morning with the timeless wisdom of Seneca or a motivational scripture that resonates with your values. For instance, reading a quote like, "He who is brave is free," can remind you of the power of courage and resilience. This habit not only enriches your mind, but also sets a reflective and contemplative tone for the day, helping you navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and purpose. 6. Water a plant. Learn to care for something other than yourself. If you don't have a plant, pets make a great alternative. This small act of nurturing can be grounding and fulfilling. Picture yourself tending to a small herb garden on your windowsill, observing how your attention and care help it thrive. If you have a pet, taking a few minutes to feed and interact with them can create a strong sense of connection and responsibility. For example, watering a plant daily not only keeps it alive, but also serves as a reminder of the importance of routine and consistency. These simple acts of care can foster a sense of peace and satisfaction, knowing that you're contributing to the well-being of another living thing. 7. Go outdoors. Every morning, stepping outside at dawn releases cortisol, helping you feel more alert. The natural light exposure also sets your internal clock, improving your sleep quality. Imagine stepping into your backyard or a nearby park, feeling the crisp morning air and hearing the birds sing. This connection with nature can be incredibly refreshing and invigorating. For instance, a short morning walk in the fresh air can wake up your senses and boost your mood, setting a positive tone for the day. This habit not only enhances your alertness, but also provides a peaceful moment to center yourself before the day's activities. 8. Practice gratitude. Take a few minutes each day to write down or mentally note things you are grateful for. This habit can increase your overall happiness and positive outlook on life. Imagine starting your day by listing 3 things you appreciate, no matter how small. For example, you might be grateful for a supportive friend, a warm cup of coffee, or the beauty of a sunrise. Writing these down in a journal can make the practice more concrete and impactful. This simple act shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in your life, fostering a mindset of appreciation and contentment. 9. Take an internal shower. Drink a glass of water immediately after waking up to replenish your body's hydration. This helps kickstart your metabolism and refresh your system. Picture yourself reaching for a glass of water first thing in the morning, feeling the cool liquid rehydrate your body after hours of sleep. This simple act can have a significant impact on your energy levels and overall health. For instance, staying hydrated can improve your skin, digestion, and cognitive function, making you feel more awake and ready to start the day. 10. Plan your day. Spend a few minutes planning your day. Outline your tasks and priorities to give yourself a clear direction and reduce the chances of feeling overwhelmed. Imagine sitting down with a cup of coffee and a planner, jotting down your most important tasks and setting realistic goals for the day. For example, breaking your day into manageable chunks with designated times for work, exercise, and relaxation can make it more structured and less chaotic. This practice not only helps you stay organized, but also ensures that you allocate time for both productivity and self-care. In conclusion, incorporating these 10 habits into your morning routine can profoundly impact your overall well-being and productivity. By starting your day with mindfulness, exercise, goal setting, and gratitude, you create a strong foundation for success and happiness. Each habit, whether it's making your bed or spending time outdoors, contributes to a holistic approach to daily living that nurtures both your body and mind. Remember, the key to building a successful morning routine is consistency. Start small, gradually adding these practices to your day, and observe how they enhance your life. Over time, these habits will become second nature, helping you navigate each day with greater ease and purpose. Embrace these changes and watch as your mornings transform into powerful opportunities for growth, productivity, and joy. Here's to starting your day with intention and living a life of fulfillment and balance. You will never be angry again after listening to this. Have you ever felt anger consume you, leaving you powerless and regretful in its wake? Imagine a life where anger no longer controls your actions, where peace and wisdom guide your every response. In a world brimming with stress and conflict, mastering the art of managing anger is not just beneficial, it's transformative. Today, we delve into the ancient wisdom of Stoicism, uncovering timeless principles that promise to liberate you from the clutches of anger. Through acceptance, emotional control, and a shift in perspective, we will explore practical steps to turn your anger into a catalyst for personal growth and serenity. Embark on this journey with us and discover how you can transcend anger, embracing a life of tranquility and inner strength. Number 1, acceptance and forgiveness. In the journey of life, anger often stems from our reactions to external events and how we perceive them. However, anger is a choice, not a necessity. Stoicism teaches us that acceptance and forgiveness are the keys to inner peace. Acceptance involves acknowledging that we cannot control everything that happens to us, but we can control how we respond. When we accept the inevitability of life's challenges, we strip them of their power to incite anger. Forgiveness, on the other hand, liberates us from the chains of resentment. By forgiving those who wrong us, we reclaim our peace and move forward unburdened. Remember, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. We are the ones who get burned. Embrace acceptance and forgiveness, not as a sign of weakness, but as a demonstration of strength. By doing so, you cultivate a serene mind, free from the turbulence of anger. This practice not only enhances your mental well-being, but also paves the way for personal growth and resilience. Let acceptance and forgiveness be your guiding principles, leading you to a life of tranquility and wisdom. Number 2, emotional control. Anger is a natural response to life's frustrations, but unchecked, it leads to failure and isolation. Emotional control is a cornerstone of Stoicism, emphasizing the mastery of our reactions. In moments of provocation, patience becomes our greatest ally. When we choose not to let others' actions dictate our emotional state, we reclaim our power. Reacting in anger often results in regrettable outcomes and strained relationships. Instead, by exercising self-control, we navigate through challenges with clarity and composure. Consider anger as a fleeting storm. It passes, but the damage it leaves behind can be lasting. Embracing patience and restraint allows us to weather these storms without harm. It's a testament to our inner strength and a reflection of our true character. The ability to remain calm in the face of adversity is not only a marker of emotional maturity, but also a pathway to lasting peace. Cultivate emotional control as a daily practice. Reflect before you react. Breathe before you speak. And pause before you act. In doing so, you create a harmonious inner world, immune to the chaos of anger. Number 3, self-awareness. Self-awareness is the foundation of managing anger effectively. Recognizing our emotional triggers and understanding our reactions is crucial for personal growth. Stoicism encourages us to reflect on our inner lives, to observe our thoughts and feelings with a detached perspective. This practice of introspection allows us to identify the roots of our anger and address them proactively. When we are aware of our emotions, we gain the power to control them. Instead of being swept away by the tide of anger, we can choose to respond thoughtfully. Self-awareness transforms our impulsive reactions into deliberate actions, grounded in wisdom and understanding. It's through this process that we learn to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Embrace self-awareness as a daily habit. Set aside moments to reflect on your experiences, to question your assumptions, and to understand your emotional landscape. By doing so, you cultivate a deeper connection with yourself and develop the emotional intelligence needed to handle anger constructively. Self-awareness is not just a tool for managing anger, it is a pathway to self-mastery and enduring peace. Number 4, perspective. Changing your perspective on what causes anger can significantly diminish its impact. Stoicism teaches us that our interpretations of events, rather than the events themselves, often trigger our anger. By shifting our viewpoint, we can transform our emotional response. Life's challenges are inevitable, but our perspective shapes how we experience them. Viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than threats helps us maintain our composure. This mindset encourages resilience and fosters a positive outlook, even in the face of adversity. When we see difficulties as a natural part of the human experience, we are less likely to react with anger. Instead, we approach them with a calm and rational mind, ready to learn and adapt. Perspective is a powerful tool. It can turn setbacks into lessons and frustrations into stepping stones. Practice reframing your thoughts. When faced with a challenging situation, ask yourself how you can grow from it. By changing your perspective, you not only reduce the power of anger, but also enhance your overall well-being. Adopting this Stoic approach leads to a more balanced and fulfilling life, rooted in wisdom and understanding. Number 5, practical steps. Implementing practical steps to manage anger is essential for maintaining emotional balance. Techniques such as deep breathing, counting to 10, and avoiding immediate reactions are simple yet effective strategies. These methods create a pause between stimulus and response, allowing us to choose a more measured reaction. Deep breathing helps calm the mind and reduce physiological arousal, making it easier to think clearly. Counting to 10 provides a moment of reflection, preventing impulsive outbursts. By delaying our response, we give ourselves the opportunity to consider the consequences of our actions. Another practical step is to engage in physical activity, which can dissipate the energy that fuels anger. Additionally, journaling can be a valuable tool for processing emotions and gaining insight into our triggers. Writing down our thoughts and feelings helps us to see them more objectively and find constructive ways to address them. Remember, these techniques are not about suppressing anger, but about managing it wisely. By incorporating these practical steps into our daily routine, we build resilience and foster a calm and composed demeanor. This Stoic approach empowers us to navigate life's challenges with grace and poise. Number 6, positive actions. Replacing anger with positive actions is a transformative practice rooted in Stoic wisdom. Instead of reacting with hostility, choose to respond with love and kindness. This shift not only diffuses tension, but also fosters a more harmonious environment. Positive actions have the power to change our emotional state and influence those around us. When faced with provocation, take a moment to consider how you can respond constructively. Acts of kindness, even towards those who have wronged us, demonstrate strength and emotional maturity. By choosing to act with compassion, we break the cycle of anger and create opportunities for reconciliation. Gratitude is another powerful tool in this regard. Reflecting on what we are thankful for can shift our focus from what's wrong to what's right in our lives. This change in perspective helps to diminish feelings of anger and fosters a sense of peace. Embrace positive actions as a way of life. Let your responses be guided by love and understanding rather than anger and resentment. This practice not only enhances your well-being, but also contributes to a more peaceful and compassionate world. Number 7, Stoic detachment. Practicing Stoic detachment is a powerful way to manage anger. Detachment does not mean indifference, but rather a deliberate separation of our emotions from external events. By recognizing that we cannot control what happens to us, only how we respond, we can maintain inner peace. Stoic detachment involves accepting that life is unpredictable and that setbacks are a natural part of the human experience. This acceptance allows us to view challenges with a calm and rational mind, rather than reacting with anger. When we detach from the need for specific outcomes, we free ourselves from the frustration that arises when things don't go as planned. Instead, we focus on our actions and attitudes, which are within our control. This mindset empowers us to navigate life's ups and downs with equanimity. Practice detachment by reminding yourself of what is within your control and what is not. Let go of unrealistic expectations and embrace the uncertainty of life. By doing so, you cultivate a resilient and composed demeanor, impervious to the storms of anger. Stoic detachment is a pathway to enduring peace and inner strength. Number 8, mindfulness and present moment awareness. Cultivating mindfulness and present moment awareness is essential for managing anger effectively. Mindfulness involves being fully present and aware of our thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment. This practice helps us stay grounded and reduces the likelihood of reacting impulsively to anger-inducing situations. By focusing on the present moment, we can observe our emotions without becoming overwhelmed by them. This awareness allows us to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. When we are mindful, we create a space between stimulus and response, giving us the freedom to choose our actions. Techniques such as meditation, deep breathing, and mindful walking can enhance our ability to stay present. These practices calm the mind and increase our awareness of the present moment, making it easier to manage our emotions. Embrace mindfulness as a daily practice, Set aside time each day to meditate, breathe deeply, or simply observe your surroundings. By cultivating present moment awareness, you develop the emotional intelligence needed to handle anger constructively. This Stoic approach leads to a more peaceful and balanced life, rooted in wisdom and clarity. Number 9, cognitive reframing. Cognitive reframing is a powerful technique for managing anger by changing the way we interpret and think about situations. Stoicism teaches us that our perceptions, rather than external events, often trigger our emotions. By consciously altering our perspective, we can transform our emotional response. When faced with an anger-inducing situation, ask yourself how you can view it differently. Instead of seeing it as a personal attack or an injustice, consider it an opportunity for growth or a challenge to overcome. This shift in mindset helps to reduce the intensity of anger and fosters a more constructive response. Reframing allows us to see the positive aspects of difficult situations and to focus on solutions rather than problems. It encourages us to adopt a more flexible and adaptive approach to life's challenges. Practice cognitive reframing by questioning your initial reactions and looking for alternative interpretations. By doing so, you gain control over your emotions and develop a more resilient and balanced mindset. This Stoic practice not only diminishes the power of anger, but also enhances your overall well-being and personal growth. Number 10, virtuous living. Embracing the Stoic principle of living in accordance with virtue leads to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Virtuous living involves prioritizing qualities such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in all our actions and decisions. When we align our lives with these virtues, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity that helps us navigate life's challenges. Wisdom guides us to make thoughtful and informed decisions, reducing the likelihood of reacting with anger. Courage empowers us to face difficulties with resilience and grace, while justice ensures that we treat others fairly and with respect. Temperance helps us maintain self-control and balance in our emotions and desires. By living virtuously, we create a foundation of stability and strength that shields us from the destructive effects of anger. This approach fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and contentment, as we know we are living in alignment with our highest values. Make virtuous living a daily practice by reflecting on your actions and striving to embody these qualities in all aspects of your life. This Stoic path leads to enduring peace and happiness, rooted in wisdom and moral integrity. In conclusion, in a world often dominated by stress and conflict, the ability to master anger through the wisdom of Stoicism is a powerful tool for personal transformation. By embracing acceptance, practicing emotional control, and shifting your perspective, you can turn moments of anger into opportunities for growth and serenity. Remember, the journey to inner peace begins with a single step. Implement these Stoic principles in your daily life and watch as your mind becomes a haven of calm and resilience. If you found value in this exploration of Stoic wisdom, don't let it stop here. Like this video, subscribe to our channel and join our community of seekers striving for a wiser, more peaceful existence. Together we can cultivate a world where tranquility and strength prevail over anger. Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. We'd love to hear how Stoicism is helping you on your journey to inner peace. Stay wise, stay serene, and thank you for watching.
10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality," but toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yet, In a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message: your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace, or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm. 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Ten terrible signs. You're ignoring your own needs and how to deal with this problem. Do you often feel drained, unfulfilled, or like something is missing in your life? You may be ignoring your own needs, a quiet habit that can lead to significant emotional, physical, and mental burnout. It's easy to fall into this pattern, especially when life's demands pull you in different directions. But neglecting yourself comes at a cost, and that cost often shows up as exhaustion, resentment, or a loss of joy. Ignoring your needs doesn't always happen deliberately. It's subtle. You tell yourself, "I'll rest after this one last task," or "It's fine, I can handle it. Before long, these small choices add up and you find yourself disconnected from what truly matters to you. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our choices, actions, and well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By neglecting your needs, you surrender this power, letting external pressures dictate your life. This video isn't about self-indulgence, it's about self-respect. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. As Seneca said, a man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. Recognizing the signs of neglect and reclaiming your sense of self can lead to a more balanced, fulfilling life. In the next sections, we'll explore 10 terrible signs that you might be ignoring your own needs and how to address them. With each point, we'll draw on Stoic wisdom to guide you toward a life of harmony and self-awareness. Let's dive in with the calm and clarity the Stoics cherished, ready to face the truth with courage and wisdom. 1. Constantly prioritizing others over yourself. Do you find yourself always putting others' needs ahead of your own? Whether it's family, friends, or co-workers, you might be giving so much that you leave little time or energy for yourself. This behavior often stems from a desire to help or avoid disappointing others, but over time, it can drain you emotionally and physically. Imagine this: a colleague asks for help on a project, and you say yes, even though your own workload is already overwhelming. Or a friend constantly calls on you for support, yet you rarely share your own struggles. While generosity is virtuous, an unbalanced approach leaves you depleted and unfulfilled. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of balance and self-control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Being good includes honoring your own limits. If you give endlessly to others at the expense of your well-being, you risk becoming resentful and ineffective in your relationships. The key is to prioritize without guilt. Ask yourself, am I saying yes out of obligation or because I truly want to help? Recognize that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Set boundaries by politely declining when necessary. I'd love to help, but I need to focus on my own responsibilities right now. By respecting your needs, you ensure that the energy you give to others comes from a place of abundance, not depletion. A wise person understands that tending to their well-being is not selfish. It's the foundation for meaningful and balanced relationships. Prioritize yourself as part of your commitment to living a virtuous, harmonious life. 2. Feeling drained without knowing why. Do you wake up tired or go through your day feeling drained, yet you can't pinpoint why? This exhaustion often stems from neglecting your own needs. When you constantly give your time, energy, and attention to others without replenishing yourself, your body and mind start to protest. Imagine agreeing to every obligation, helping a co-worker finish their project, attending social events out of obligation, or staying up late to manage household chores. You keep telling yourself it's fine, but each day feels harder and you can't seem to recover. This chronic fatigue isn't just physical, it's emotional and mental too. The Stoics remind us to take responsibility for what we can control. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Feeling drained is often a sign that you've overestimated the importance of external obligations while undervaluing your own well-being. Pause and reflect on your daily habits. Are you saying yes to too many things? Are you giving yourself time to rest, reflect, and recharge? Start by setting small boundaries. Block out time for yourself on your calendar and treat it as non-negotiable. Say no to requests that don't align with your priorities. Energy is a finite resource. A wise person uses it wisely, ensuring they have enough to sustain themselves before offering it to others. By addressing the root causes of your fatigue, you not only regain your strength, but also your clarity and purpose. 3. Ignoring physical and mental health. Your body and mind are your greatest assets, yet ignoring your health is one of the most common ways people neglect their needs. Skipping meals, avoiding exercise, or brushing off stress and anxiety can seem harmless in the short term, but over time, these habits can take a serious toll. Picture this. You skip breakfast because you're running late, spend hours hunched over your desk without a break, and then collapse onto the couch at the end of the day, too tired to do anything but scroll on your phone. Days turn into weeks, and you start to notice your energy, mood, and focus deteriorating. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of discipline and care for the self. As Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he is convinced himself he is." Ignoring your health often reflects a mindset that prioritizes external demands over internal harmony. The Stoics believed in living in alignment with nature, which includes respecting your body's natural needs for nourishment, movement, and rest. To reclaim your health, start small. Prepare nourishing meals, prioritize regular movement, even if it's a short walk, and take breaks to clear your mind. Address mental health by practicing mindfulness or journaling to process your emotions. These simple acts can have profound effects on your overall well-being. A wise person knows that caring for the body and mind is essential to living a fulfilling life. When you prioritize your health, you align with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature, setting the foundation for strength and resilience. 4. Resentment towards others. Do you find yourself feeling bitter or resentful toward people you care about? This resentment often arises when you give too much of yourself without receiving the same level of care or consideration in return. It's a clear sign that your boundaries are being crossed, and perhaps that you've let them go unchecked. For example, you constantly help a friend who is struggling, but when you need support, they're unavailable. Or you take on extra work to help a colleague, only to feel overlooked when recognition is given. These moments of imbalance create frustration and emotional fatigue. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control. Epictetus said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." You cannot control how others act, but you can control your willingness to accept or reject these dynamics. Resentment often signals that it's time to re-evaluate your boundaries. Address this feeling with honest reflection. Ask yourself, have I communicated my needs clearly? Often, others are unaware of how their actions or inactions affect you. Practice expressing your feelings calmly and constructively. I've noticed that I've been giving a lot of support lately, and I could use some in return. Resentment is a sign that something in the relationship dynamic needs adjustment. By addressing it with courage and clarity, you create space for healthier, more balanced connections while preserving your peace and energy. A wise person knows that mutual respect begins with self-respect. 5. Difficulty. Saying no. Do you often find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do simply because you're afraid of disappointing others? Difficulty saying no is one of the clearest signs you're ignoring your own needs. By constantly putting others first, you may inadvertently create a cycle where your priorities are always last. Picture this. A friend asks for help moving, even though you're already exhausted from a long week. You want to say no, but fear they'll feel let down or see you as unreliable. So you agree, despite the toll it takes on you. Over time, this pattern leaves you feeling drained and undervalued. Stoicism teaches the importance of asserting control over your own actions. Epictetus reminds us, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained. True freedom means setting boundaries and recognizing that saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself. Practice saying no with grace. Start small. I'd love to help, but I need to rest and recharge. By framing your response positively and without apology, you communicate respect for both your needs and the other person's request. Remember, your time and energy are precious. A wise person prioritizes them for what truly aligns with their values, understanding that no one else will safeguard their well-being if they don't. 6. Feeling unappreciated. Do you ever feel like your efforts go unnoticed or unacknowledged, no matter how much you give? Constantly giving without receiving appreciation is a subtle yet damaging sign you're ignoring your own needs. It can leave you feeling invisible and undervalued in your relationships. For example, you regularly go out of your way to help others, staying late at work, cooking for your family, or supporting a friend through tough times. Yet, when it comes to recognition, you're met with silence, or worse, taken for granted. This imbalance erodes your sense of worth and creates feelings of frustration and sadness. Stoicism emphasizes that true contentment must come from within, not from external validation. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." While appreciation from others is gratifying, it should not be the sole measure of your value. If you're feeling unappreciated, start by expressing your feelings openly but calmly. I've been doing a lot lately, and it would mean a lot to hear a simple thank you. At the same time, reflect on whether you're overextending yourself in areas where recognition is unlikely. Redirect your energy to relationships and activities that offer mutual respect and value. A wise person knows their worth and ensures that their efforts are balanced by respect and appreciation. By addressing this imbalance, you nurture healthier dynamics and protect your sense of self. 7. Loss of passion or joy. When was the last time you felt excited or joyful about something? If you've lost interest in activities that once brought you happiness, it may be a sign that you're neglecting your own needs. Overcommitting to responsibilities often leaves no room for the things that ignite your passion and feed your soul. Think of the hobbies or activities you once loved: painting, hiking, reading, or spending time with friends. Now, these pursuits feel like distant memories because your time is consumed by obligations. Even when you have a free moment, you might feel too tired or disconnected to engage in what you love. Stoicism teaches us to align our actions with our values. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." When you lose touch with what brings you joy, you lose a part of yourself. Rekindle your passions by intentionally carving out time for them. Start small. Spend 15 minutes doing something that used to excite you. Protect this time as you would a commitment to someone else. Gradually, you'll reconnect with the things that make life meaningful. Joy and passion are essential for a fulfilling life. A wise person recognizes that tending to their inner fire isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for living with purpose and harmony. 8. Difficulty expressing your needs. Do you often hesitate to ask for what you need, fearing you'll seem selfish or burdensome? Struggling to express your needs is a clear sign you're neglecting yourself. It leaves you feeling unsupported and reinforces the idea that your feelings and desires are less important than others. Imagine needing a break after a long day, but staying silent while your partner or family continues to demand your attention. Or perhaps you're overwhelmed at work, but avoid telling your manager because you don't want to appear incapable. These small moments of silence accumulate, leading to frustration and burnout. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-respect and clear communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be overheard complaining. We are masters of enduring." But enduring doesn't mean suffering in silence. It means calmly and wisely asserting what is necessary for your well-being. Begin by identifying what you need, whether it's rest, help, or space, and practice articulating it simply. I'm feeling overwhelmed and need some time to recharge. The act of asking for support isn't weakness. It's a strength that fosters understanding and balance in relationships. A wise person understands that their needs are just as valid as anyone else's. By expressing them openly and confidently, you create a life that honors your well-being and encourages mutual respect in your relationships. 9. Over-reliance on external validation. Do you find yourself seeking approval from others rather than trusting your own judgment? Depending on external validation is a subtle way of ignoring your needs because it prioritizes others' opinions over your own inner compass. Picture this: you achieve something significant but don't feel satisfied until others acknowledge it. Or you constantly adjust your choices to match what others expect, even if it conflicts with your true desires. This reliance on external approval can make you feel unsteady and disconnected from your authentic self. Epictetus taught that true contentment comes from within. Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves. When you rely on validation from others, you give away the power to determine your own happiness and worth. Start by practicing self-affirmation. Before seeking approval from others, ask yourself, am I proud of this decision? Does it align with my values? Over time, cultivate the confidence to stand by your choices without needing outside reassurance. A wise person measures their worth by their own principles, not the fleeting opinions of others. By trusting yourself, you strengthen your foundation and free yourself from the constant need for external validation. 10. Feeling disconnected from yourself. Do you ever feel like you've lost touch with who you are? When life becomes a series of obligations and external demands, it's easy to forget what makes you feel fulfilled, joyful, or at peace. This disconnection from yourself is often the result of prolonged neglect of your needs. Imagine struggling to answer a simple question: what makes you happy? You've spent so much time meeting others' expectations that your own desires feel unfamiliar. You might notice a vague sense of emptiness or a longing for something undefined. Stoicism emphasizes self-awareness as a cornerstone of a meaningful life. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Adversity in this sense includes the inner challenges of self-discovery. Facing these truths, though uncomfortable, is necessary to reconnect with your essence. Reclaim your connection to yourself by creating space for introspection. Spend time alone, journal your thoughts, or meditate to explore what truly matters to you. Ask questions like, what brings me joy? And what do I want from life? These moments of reflection help you rediscover your inner compass. A wise person nurtures their relationship with themselves, understanding that self-connection is the foundation for a purposeful and fulfilling life. By listening to your inner voice, you realign with what truly matters and take the first step toward living authentically. Solutions: how to start meeting your needs. Ignoring your own needs can feel like a deeply ingrained habit, but it's never too late to reclaim your well-being. The Stoics teach us that self-mastery begins with awareness and deliberate action. Here are practical steps to help you prioritize your needs and create a more balanced, fulfilling life. 1. Practice self-awareness. The first step to change is recognizing the problem. Reflect on areas where you've been neglecting yourself. Ask, what do I truly need, and where have I been falling short? Journaling can be a powerful tool for uncovering patterns and reconnecting with your inner self. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou wilt ever dig." 2. Set and maintain boundaries. Learn to say no without guilt. Recognize that by protecting your time and energy, you are honoring your own value. For example, if a request doesn't align with your priorities or capacity, respond with, "I can't commit to this right now, but I hope it works out for you." Boundaries are not selfish. They are essential for self-respect and sustainable relationships. 3. Schedule time for yourself. Treat self-care as a priority, not an afterthought. Block out time for rest, hobbies, or simple pleasures, and guard it as you would an important meeting. For instance, dedicate a morning each week to an activity that recharges you, like reading, walking, or meditating. This practice reinforces the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature and your inner self. 4. Communicate your needs. Expressing your needs isn't selfish, it's an act of self-respect. Practice clear, direct communication. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need a moment to regroup." This clarity not only helps others understand you, but also strengthens your confidence in prioritizing yourself. 5. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover the activities and pursuits that bring you joy. Whether it's painting, dancing, or spending time in nature, make space for what energizes and fulfills you. As Seneca advised, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Embrace what makes you feel alive in the here and now. Your needs are not secondary, they are fundamental. Ignoring them might seem like a small sacrifice for the sake of others, but over time, it erodes your happiness, health, and sense of self. The good news is that you have the power to change this dynamic. As the Stoics teach, living a virtuous life requires balance, self-awareness, and intention. By recognizing the signs of neglect and taking deliberate steps to prioritize your well-being, you honor your value and reclaim your peace. You become not only a better friend, partner, and colleague, but also a stronger, more resilient individual. Take a moment today to reflect on your own needs. Commit to treating yourself with the same kindness and care you extend to others. True strength lies in living with harmony, and that harmony begins with you. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Reconnect with your own light and let it guide you to a life of balance and fulfillment. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and actionable insights to help you live a balanced and fulfilling life. Your support means everything and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd also love to hear from you. What resonated with you the most? Have you noticed any of these signs in your own life? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation and support each other in prioritizing our well-being.
Have you ever wondered what sets apart those who achieve mastery from those who merely dabble? What if the secret to unlocking your full potential lies in a blend of ancient wisdom and modern emotional intelligence? In a world that is constantly evolving, the ability to adapt, learn, and grow is more important than ever. This guide will explore how principles of Stoicism and emotional intelligence can transform your approach to learning and self-improvement. From setting clear goals to embracing challenges, discover how these timeless philosophies can help you navigate your personal and professional journey with resilience and wisdom. Let's dive in and uncover the keys to lifelong growth and success. Learn from the best. Learning from successful individuals can provide valuable insights and strategies. Stoics believe in learning from the wise and virtuous, while emotional intelligence involves recognizing and emulating the emotional skills of successful people. Follow industry leaders on social media, read their books or biographies, and watch their interviews or talks. Study their habits, mindset, and strategies, and apply these lessons to your own life. For example, if a successful entrepreneur attributes their success to a morning routine, try incorporating similar practices into your day. Connecting with mentors and joining professional networks can also provide guidance and support. These relationships offer opportunities to learn from the experiences of others and gain feedback on your own progress. By learning from the best, you can accelerate your growth and achieve your goals more effectively. Set clear and specific goals. Setting clear, specific goals provides direction and motivation. Stoicism teaches us to set goals based on our values and remain focused on our purpose. Emotional intelligence helps you set realistic goals and maintain the motivation to achieve them. Instead of a vague goal like get fit, set a specific goal such as run 5 kilometers in under 30 minutes within 3 months. Create a training plan and track your progress weekly. This approach helps you stay focused and measure your progress, making it easier to stay motivated and achieve your goals. By setting clear and specific goals, you provide yourself with a roadmap for success. This clarity helps you stay focused, motivated, and resilient, especially during challenging times. Adapt to change. Adaptability is crucial in a rapidly evolving world. Stoics view change as a natural part of life and teach us to respond to it with tranquility. Emotional intelligence involves being adaptable and resilient, using change as an opportunity for growth. If your industry undergoes significant changes, such as new technology or regulations, take courses or seek training to stay updated. Embrace these changes as opportunities to grow and innovate, rather than as obstacles. By being flexible and open to change, you stay relevant and seize new opportunities as they arise. This adaptability enhances your resilience and enables you to thrive in a constantly changing environment. Prioritize and manage time efficiently. Effective time management is crucial for prioritizing learning and practice. Allocate specific periods each day to your growth activities, ensuring consistent progress. Stoic time management involves focusing on what is essential and eliminating distractions, while emotional intelligence helps you balance tasks and manage stress. Use a planner or digital calendar to schedule dedicated time for learning and practice. Break your day into blocks, assigning each block to specific activities to ensure balanced time management. This approach helps you stay organized, reduce stress, and make steady progress towards your goals. By managing your time efficiently, you create a structured environment that supports continuous learning and improvement. This discipline not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a sense of accomplishment and well-being. Consistent practice. Consistent, deliberate practice is key to mastering any skill. It's not just about the hours you put in, but about being intentional and committed to improvement. Stoicism teaches us the value of discipline and perseverance, while emotional intelligence emphasizes self-awareness and emotional regulation to stay focused and motivated. If you're learning a musical instrument, for example, set aside time each day for focused practice. Break down complex pieces into manageable sections and track your progress over time. Regular practice helps you build muscle memory and refine your technique, leading to steady improvement. Approach your practice with a clear plan and specific goals. Whether it's improving your speed, accuracy, or expression, having defined objectives helps you stay motivated and measure your progress. Reflect on your practice sessions, noting what went well and what needs improvement. This self-awareness is crucial for continuous growth. By committing to consistent practice, you develop the discipline and resilience needed to achieve mastery. This approach not only enhances your skills, but also builds a strong foundation for lifelong learning and personal development. Seek feedback and mentorship. Regularly seeking feedback and learning from mentors can accelerate your growth. Constructive feedback helps identify areas for improvement, while mentorship provides guidance and support. Stoicism encourages seeking wisdom from those more experienced, and emotional intelligence values feedback for personal development. Find a mentor in your field who can provide regular guidance. Join professional networks or groups where you can share experiences and receive feedback. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By seeking feedback and mentorship, you create a supportive environment for learning and development. This network not only enhances your personal and professional growth, but also provides a sense of community and belonging. Maintain a positive attitude. A positive and optimistic mindset fuels motivation, resilience, and perseverance. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining inner peace and focusing on what you can control. Emotional intelligence helps you stay positive and manage emotions effectively, even in difficult situations. Practice gratitude daily by writing down 3 things you're thankful for. Surround yourself with positive influences and engage in activities that uplift your mood and outlook. This positive attitude helps you navigate challenges and setbacks effectively. By maintaining a positive attitude, you create an environment that supports continuous growth and resilience. This optimism enables you to face challenges with confidence and persist in your journey towards lifelong learning and self-improvement. Stay humble and open-minded. Humility and openness are essential for continuous improvement. Staying humble keeps you grounded and receptive to new ideas and perspectives. Stoicism values humility, recognizing that pride can be a barrier to growth, while emotional intelligence encourages openness to feedback and diverse viewpoints. Regularly seek feedback from colleagues or peers, attend conferences, and be open to learning from those with different experiences. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By staying humble and open-minded, you cultivate a mindset of lifelong learning. This attitude enables you to embrace new opportunities and challenges with confidence, leading to greater personal and professional. Develop a growth mindset. A growth mindset involves embracing challenges, viewing failures as learning opportunities, and staying dedicated to self-improvement. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles of accepting what we cannot change and focusing on what we can control. Emotional intelligence helps you manage setbacks with resilience and use them as opportunities for growth. If you fail at a project, analyze what went wrong, learn from the experience, and apply those lessons to future endeavors. Celebrate small victories and recognize your progress, as this helps build momentum and maintain motivation. By developing a growth mindset, you cultivate a positive attitude towards learning and improvement. This mindset enables you to tackle challenges with confidence and persist in the face of adversity, ultimately leading to greater success and fulfillment. Commit to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is essential for personal and professional growth. It keeps your mind sharp, enhances adaptability, and broadens your skill set. From a Stoic perspective, wisdom is a continuous pursuit. Emotional intelligence fosters curiosity and openness to new ideas, promoting empathy and understanding. To commit to lifelong learning, integrate educational activities into your routine. Attend workshops and seminars, read diverse books, and take online courses on platforms like Coursera or Udemy. Joining a book club or discussion group can expand your perspectives and engage you with others. Embrace lifelong learning with enthusiasm. Each new piece of knowledge is a step towards greater wisdom and understanding. By committing to this journey, you enhance your capabilities and cultivate a mindset of continuous growth and improvement. Embracing lifelong learning and personal growth is not just a strategy for success, it is a way of life. By integrating the timeless wisdom of Stoicism with the insights of emotional intelligence, you can cultivate a mindset that is resilient, adaptable, and ever curious, whether it's through consistent practice, setting clear goals, or staying humble and open-minded. Each step you take on this journey contributes to your overall development. Remember, the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement is a continuous process. There will always be new challenges to face, lessons to learn, and opportunities to grow. By committing to these principles, you not only enhance your skills and capabilities, but also enrich your life with purpose and fulfillment. Stay curious, stay disciplined, and most importantly, stay committed to your journey of lifelong learning. In doing so, you will not only achieve mastery in your endeavors, but also cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and lasting success. 12 things every 20. Something needs to learn before it's too late. Have you ever wondered what truly sets apart a life well lived from one filled with regret? As you navigate your 20s, it's easy to get caught up in the frenzy of dreams and ambitions. But what if the key to a fulfilling life lies in the wisdom you cultivate along the way? Imagine having a roadmap that guides you through the complexities of youth, helping you avoid common pitfalls and embrace timeless truths. In this guide, we delve into 12 essential lessons every 20-something should learn before it's too late. Each lesson, rooted in the enduring philosophy of Stoicism, offers practical wisdom to enrich your journey. Let these insights transform the way you live, think, and grow, leading you to a life of purpose and fulfillment. 1. Respect people with less power. True character is revealed in how we treat those with less power. It's easy to show respect to superiors or peers, but the real test lies in our interactions with those who hold no sway over our lives. The waiter serving your meal, the janitor cleaning your office, the intern making copies. These individuals deserve the same respect and kindness as anyone else. Stoicism teaches us that virtue lies in our actions and attitudes. By respecting everyone equally, we cultivate humility and empathy. This practice not only elevates others, but also enriches our own character. Remember, power dynamics are transient. Today's subordinate might be tomorrow's leader, and your treatment of them can leave a lasting impression. In the grand scheme of life, we are all interconnected, and respecting each person reinforces the dignity of our shared humanity. Let your actions reflect your values, demonstrating that respect is not a currency to be traded, but a fundamental principle to be upheld. As Seneca said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." Embrace this wisdom and let respect guide your every interaction. 2. Be hard on your opinions. In the pursuit of wisdom, it's essential to be rigorously critical of your own opinions. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-examination and intellectual integrity. Opinions, while everyone has them, must be continuously scrutinized and tested. This process involves challenging your beliefs, recognizing your biases, and being open to change. A Stoic understands that clinging to unexamined beliefs leads to ignorance and stagnation. By subjecting your views to rigorous analysis, you ensure they are well-founded and robust. This practice not only sharpens your intellect, but also fosters a deeper understanding of the world. It is through this lens that you can engage in meaningful dialogue and contribute to a more nuanced discourse. Remember, wisdom is not about being right. It's about striving for truth. As Marcus Aurelius advised, if someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide you to a life of intellectual rigor and continuous growth. 3. Prioritize mental health. Mental health is as vital as physical health, yet it often goes neglected. Stoicism teaches us the importance of inner peace and resilience. To navigate life's challenges effectively, one must cultivate a sound mind. This involves recognizing the signs of mental strain and taking proactive steps to address them. Engage in practices that promote mental well-being, such as mindfulness, meditation, and maintaining a balanced lifestyle. Don't hesitate to seek professional help when needed. There is no shame in prioritizing your mental health. A Stoic understands that true strength lies in acknowledging vulnerabilities and taking steps to fortify oneself against them. By caring for your mental health, you build resilience and maintain the clarity needed to face life's adversities with grace. As Epictetus wisely noted, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Make mental health a priority, ensuring you are equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. By doing so, you not only improve your own life, but also set a positive example for others to follow. 4. Cultivate financial literacy. Understanding and managing finances is crucial for long-term stability and peace of mind. Stoicism teaches us to prepare for the future while living virtuously in the present. Financial literacy equips you with the tools to make informed decisions, avoid debt, and build a secure future. Begin by learning the basics: budgeting, saving, investing, and understanding credit. These skills not only help you navigate the complexities of the financial world, but also prevent undue stress and anxiety. A Stoic approach to finances involves moderation, discipline, and foresight. Avoid the pitfalls of consumerism and instant gratification. Instead, focus on sustainable financial practices. Seneca wisely remarked, "Wealth is the slave of a wise man, the master of a fool." By mastering your finances, you gain control over your life, allowing you to pursue your goals without being hindered by financial woes. Cultivate financial literacy as a lifelong habit, ensuring that you can live freely and prudently. This knowledge not only secures your future, but also empowers you to make positive contributions to your community and those around you. 5. Exercise. Physical exercise is indispensable for a balanced life. Stoicism advocates for the care of both mind and body, recognizing their interdependence. Regular physical activity strengthens the body, sharpens the mind, and lifts the spirit. Whether it's jogging, yoga, weightlifting, or a team sport, find a form of exercise that you enjoy and make it a part of your routine. Exercise not only enhances physical health, but also improves mental clarity and emotional stability. It acts as a natural antidote to stress, anxiety, and depression. A Stoic understands the importance of discipline and perseverance, and regular exercise embodies these virtues. By committing to a fitness regimen, you develop resilience and fortitude that transcend physical benefits. As Marcus Aurelius advised, you must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible. Let exercise be a foundational action in your life, contributing to your overall well-being and enabling you to face life's challenges with vigor and grace. 6. You don't have to have a dream. In a world obsessed with grand ambitions, it's liberating to realize that you don't need a lifelong dream to find purpose. Stoicism teaches us to focus on the present and find fulfillment in our daily actions. Instead of chasing a singular, elusive dream, commit to short-term goals with passion and dedication. This approach, known as being micro-ambitious, allows you to derive satisfaction from the process rather than the outcome. Life is unpredictable, and rigid, long-term plans can obscure opportunities that arise unexpectedly. By concentrating on what's in front of you, you remain open to diverse paths and experiences. Embrace each task with pride and diligence, and knowing that meaningful achievements often come from sustained effort in the present. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Let go of the pressure to have a grand dream and instead cultivate a life rich in purpose through mindful and deliberate actions. This way, you ensure that each moment is valuable, leading to a fulfilling and adaptable life journey. 7. Define yourself by what you love. Defining yourself by what you love rather than what you oppose fosters a more positive and fulfilling life. Stoicism encourages us to focus on virtues and values that uplift us, instead of identifying yourself through negations, what you don't like or what you stand against. Celebrate the things and people that bring you joy. Be vocal and demonstrative about your passions. Whether it's music, art, literature, or a cause you believe in, let these positive forces shape your identity. This mindset shift not only enriches your own life, but also spreads positivity to those around you. It's easy to fall into the trap of negativity and criticism, but a Stoic finds strength in love and admiration. Marcus Aurelius suggested, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on what you love, you cultivate a mindset of gratitude and contentment. Embrace this principle and let your passions guide you toward a life filled with meaning and joy, creating a ripple effect of positivity in your community. Be a teacher. Teaching is one of the most noble and impactful roles one can undertake. Stoicism emphasizes the value of sharing wisdom and knowledge. Whether formally or informally, be a teacher whenever possible. You don't have to make it a lifelong career. Even a short stint can be profoundly rewarding. Share your ideas and experiences generously, helping others grow and learn. This practice not only benefits your students, but also deepens your own understanding. By teaching, you solidify your knowledge and gain new perspectives. Moreover, it cultivates patience, empathy, and communication skills. As Seneca said, "While we teach, we learn." Embrace opportunities to educate and inspire others, whether through formal teaching, mentoring, or simply sharing insights with friends and colleagues. This commitment to spreading knowledge enriches both you and those you teach, creating a legacy of wisdom and compassion. Let the Stoic principle of virtuous action guide you in being an exemplary teacher, contributing to the intellectual and moral growth of your community. 9. Embrace failure. Failure is an inevitable part of life and a powerful teacher. Stoicism teaches us to view failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity for growth. Embrace your failures with grace, understanding that they provide invaluable lessons and insights. Each failure is a step toward improvement and resilience. By accepting and analyzing your mistakes, you build the strength to overcome future challenges. This mindset shift transforms failures from sources of shame into catalysts for personal development. Remember, even the greatest achievements often follow numerous failures. As Marcus Aurelius reflected, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Let your failures be the way forward, guiding you toward greater wisdom and capability. Cultivate a Stoic attitude toward setbacks, seeing them as essential components of your journey. This approach not only enhances your resilience, but also inspires others to persevere. Embrace failure as a natural and beneficial part of life, leading you to continuous growth and success. 10. Remember it's all luck. Acknowledging the role of luck in our lives fosters humility and compassion. Stoicism reminds us that many factors influencing our successes and failures are beyond our control. Recognizing this helps us remain humble in our achievements and empathetic towards others. We're all subject to the whims of fate, and understanding this can dissolve arrogance and judgment. It's important to strive and work hard, but equally crucial to acknowledge the serendipity that accompanies our efforts. This perspective encourages us to support and uplift others, knowing that their struggles might be due to circumstances they cannot change. As Seneca wisely observed, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Embrace this Stoic wisdom by preparing diligently and accepting the role of fortune. This balanced view nurtures gratitude for our blessings and motivates us to share our good fortune with others, creating a more just and compassionate world. By remembering the element of luck, we cultivate a life of humility, empathy, and generosity. 11. Don't rush. Life is not a race, it's a journey to be savored and explored. Stoicism teaches us to live in the present moment, appreciating the process rather than fixating on the outcome. Don't succumb to the pressure of having everything figured out immediately. Life will unfold in its own time, bringing a mix of joys and challenges. Embrace each phase with patience and curiosity. Rushing through life not only causes unnecessary stress, but also makes you miss the beauty of the present. As Epictetus advised, no great thing is created suddenly. Take time to reflect, learn, and grow at your own pace. Understand that it's okay to not have all the answers right now. Focus on making the most of each moment and let your path reveal itself gradually. By slowing down, you allow yourself to experience life more fully and meaningfully. This Stoic approach encourages a balanced and fulfilling life, where each step is valued and each experience is a lesson. Embrace the journey and let go of the need to rush. 12. Don't seek happiness, as happiness is an elusive goal that often slips away when pursued directly. Stoicism teaches that true contentment comes from living virtuously and fulfilling our duties. Instead of seeking happiness, focus on leading a meaningful life. Engage in activities that align with your values, contribute to the well-being of others, and develop your character. Happiness, when it comes, will be a byproduct of a life well lived. Avoid the trap of constantly chasing pleasure or avoiding pain. These are fleeting and unreliable sources of joy. Instead, cultivate inner peace through self-discipline, wisdom, and compassion. As Seneca noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Shift your focus from seeking happiness to creating value and living with integrity. By doing so, you will find a deeper and more enduring sense of fulfillment. Let Stoic principles guide you, leading to a life of purpose where happiness naturally follows as a consequence of virtuous living. Your 20s are a time of exploration and growth, and these 12 lessons are your compass for navigating this transformative decade. Embrace each insight with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch how they shape your journey towards a more fulfilling life. If these lessons resonate with you, don't keep them to yourself. Like this video, share it with your friends, and join our community by subscribing to our channel. Together, we can continue to uncover wisdom and grow stronger every day. Your journey to a wiser, more purposeful life starts here. Don't miss out on the next steps. Hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for more enlightening content.
Here are 10 powerful lessons from Stoic wisdom to help you reinvent yourself in 2025. You've probably tried to change before, only to fall back into old patterns. But what if the problem isn't you? It's the way you're approaching reinvention. The Stoics believed that true transformation starts not with grand gestures, but with mastering your mindset and focusing on what's within your control. Imagine waking up every day with clarity and purpose, no longer held back by fear, regret, or distractions. Picture yourself calmly navigating challenges, building habits that stick, and becoming the person you've always wanted to be. The process isn't easy, but it's simple. In the next few minutes, you'll discover timeless principles that have helped people for centuries, from Roman emperors to modern thinkers, reshape their lives. And by the end of this, you'll have a clear roadmap to make 2025 your most transformative year yet. 1. Embrace the power of the present moment. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Seneca. How often do we waste time overthinking the past or fearing what lies ahead? I used to spend hours replaying past mistakes in my mind, wondering how I could have avoided them. Worse, I'd lose sleep worrying about the future, whether my plans would work out or if I'd fail yet again. But nothing ever changed until I learned to focus on the present moment, where my true power lies. Imagine standing at the edge of a forest. You're carrying a heavy bag of regrets from the past and a backpack full of fears about the future. Every step forward feels impossible. The Stoics teach us to put those burdens down and focus on the path right in front of us. That's where reinvention begins. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but now. I started practicing this principle with small changes. Every morning, I ask myself, what is one thing I can do today to improve my life? Instead of worrying about a year-long fitness goal, I committed to 20 minutes of exercise that day. Instead of regretting a broken friendship, I reached out to one person I cared about. These small, intentional actions in the present moment added up over time. Think about your own life. Is there a project you've been postponing because it feels overwhelming? Break it down into something you can tackle today. Are you stuck in a cycle of regret? Write down one lesson you've learned and focus on using it now. The Stoics remind us that life unfolds in the present. By grounding yourself in today's actions, you'll build a future worth looking forward to, step by step, moment by moment. 2. Define your core values. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. Reinvention is impossible without knowing who you are and what you stand for. In my early 20s, I chased success without purpose. I worked hard but felt unfulfilled. Why? Because I never paused to ask myself what truly mattered to me. I was living by others' expectations, not my own values. Defining your core values is like setting the coordinates for your GPS. Without them, you'll wander aimlessly. One weekend, inspired by Marcus Aurelius, I wrote down 5 values that I wanted to live by: integrity, growth, kindness, resilience, and gratitude. They became my guideposts for decision-making. For example, when I was offered a job with higher pay but questionable ethics, I said no. It felt uncomfortable at first, but staying true to my values gave me peace of mind. You can try the same exercise. Take 15 minutes today to reflect on what matters most to you. What kind of person do you want to be? What qualities do you admire in others? Write these down and then ask yourself, am I living in alignment with these values? If not, start small. If kindness is one of your values, practice it by helping a stranger. If growth matters to you, spend 10 minutes learning a new skill. Reinvention doesn't happen overnight, but aligning your actions with your values will bring you closer to the person you want to become. 3. Detach from external validation. He who looks outside dreams, he who looks inside awakes. Epictetus. For years, I measured my worth by others' approval. A promotion felt good only if my friends were impressed. A social media post felt meaningful only if it got likes. But chasing external validation is like running on a treadmill. You're always moving, but never going anywhere. One day, I came across Epictetus's teaching that freedom comes from within. I decided to stop living for applause and start living for purpose. It wasn't easy. When I started a new project, I'd catch myself worrying. What will people think if I fail? To combat this, I began journaling every night, reflecting on whether I lived by my values that day. Did I act with courage? Did I do something meaningful? If the answer was yes, I considered the day a success, regardless of anyone else's opinion. You can do this too. Instead of seeking external praise, ask yourself, am I proud of my effort? If you're learning a new skill, don't worry about being perfect. Focus on showing up and improving. Detaching from external validation doesn't mean ignoring feedback. It means valuing your own growth and integrity over fleeting opinions. When you live for yourself, not others, reinvention becomes a journey of self-fulfillment. 4. Master self-discipline. Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things beyond our control. Epictetus. Reinvention requires consistency, and consistency demands discipline. A few years ago, I set a goal to run a 10K. I was excited at first, but after a week, the motivation faded. I skipped runs and made excuses. Then, I realized that motivation is fleeting, but discipline is reliable. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions, not our feelings. I started small, committing to run for just 10 minutes a day. On days when I didn't feel like running, I reminded myself of Epictetus's wisdom. We cannot control the wind, but we can adjust our sails. My feelings were the wind, unpredictable and ever-changing. My discipline was the sail, guiding me toward my goal regardless of the conditions. Think about an area in your life where you lack consistency. Whether it's fitness, learning, or relationships, set a small, achievable daily goal. Focus on showing up, even if the effort feels minimal. Over time, these small acts of discipline compound into significant change. Reinvention isn't about doing extraordinary things once. It's about doing ordinary things consistently. 5. Learn from failure. Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. Seneca. Failure used to paralyze me. If I didn't succeed, I saw it as proof that I wasn't good enough. But Seneca's wisdom changed my perspective. He taught me that failure is a teacher, not an enemy. It's an opportunity to grow stronger. I once launched a business idea that flopped spectacularly. I lost time, money, and confidence. But instead of wallowing, I wrote down 3 lessons from the experience. First, I learned the importance of market research. Second, I realized the value of a solid support network. Third, I discovered that resilience is my greatest asset. The next time you face failure, resist the urge to see it as a dead end. Instead, ask, what can I learn from this? Write down your lessons and apply them moving forward. Each failure is a stepping stone toward your reinvention. Remember, the only true failure is giving up. 6. Practice negative visualization. Prepare yourself for the worst and you will never be disappointed. Seneca. Negative visualization might sound counterproductive, but it's one of the most powerful tools for personal reinvention. I used to fear failure so much that it kept me from trying new things. Then I discovered this Stoic practice, imagining the worst-case scenario, not to dwell on it, but to prepare for it. When I considered starting a new job, I was terrified of failing, so I sat down and wrote out the worst that could happen. I might struggle at first, make mistakes, or even lose the job. Then I asked myself, if this happens, what will I do? I realized that even if I failed, I could learn, grow, and try again. This exercise transformed my fear into action. Think about a challenge you're avoiding. Visualize the worst outcome, then plan how you would handle it. You'll find that the fear loses its grip and you gain the courage to act. Negative visualization doesn't mean expecting bad things to happen. It means building resilience for whatever comes your way. 7. Let go of what you can't control. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. Reinvention requires focus, but too often we waste energy worrying about things beyond our control. I used to agonize over others' opinions of me, replaying conversations in my head and wondering if I'd said the wrong thing. It was exhausting and unproductive. The Stoics remind us that we control only our thoughts, actions, and reactions. I started asking myself, am I worrying about something I can influence? If the answer was no, I let it go. When a colleague criticized my work, I focused on improving my skills rather than pleasing everyone. When a project went sideways, I concentrated on what I could fix instead of lamenting what went wrong. Take a moment today to list what's bothering you. Then divide the list into 2 columns, what I can control and what I can't. Let go of the second column and direct your energy toward the first. You'll feel lighter, clearer, and more empowered to reinvent yourself. 8. Cultivate gratitude. Do not indulge in dreams of having what you do not have, but reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess. Marcus Aurelius. Reinvention often focuses on what we want to change, but gratitude reminds us to appreciate what we already have. There was a time when I felt stuck, frustrated by everything I hadn't achieved. Then I began a gratitude practice, listing 3 things I was thankful for each morning. It was transformative. I realized I had so much to be grateful for: supportive friends, a healthy body, and the freedom to pursue my goals. Gratitude shifted my mindset from scarcity to abundance. Instead of focusing on what was missing, I saw opportunities everywhere. Start your own gratitude practice. Each morning, write down 3 things you're thankful for. They don't have to be big. Maybe it's the sunrise, a kind word from a friend, or the chance to start fresh. Gratitude fuels positivity, which in turn strengthens your resolve to grow and improve. 9. Serve a higher purpose. Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. Epictetus. Reinvention is most meaningful when it's connected to something larger than yourself. For years, I focused solely on personal goals, but I felt a sense of emptiness. Then, I began volunteering at a local shelter, and everything changed. Contributing to others gave my life a deeper sense of purpose. What cause or mission speaks to you? It doesn't have to be grand. Helping a neighbor, mentoring someone, or contributing to your community can be powerful. When your reinvention is tied to serving others, you'll find new motivation and fulfillment. Purpose gives your efforts meaning, even when the journey gets tough. 10. Remain flexible and open to change. No man steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. Heraclitus. Reinvention is a process, not a destination. I used to believe that once I achieved certain goals, I'd be complete. But life has a way of surprising us. The Stoics teach that change is constant, and adaptability is key. When a career opportunity arose in a field I hadn't considered, my first instinct was to reject it. But then I remembered that growth often comes from unexpected places. I took the leap, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions of my life. In 2025, approach your reinvention with curiosity and flexibility. Be willing to pivot, try new things, and embrace the unknown. Change is inevitable, but it's also where growth happens. By staying open, you'll discover paths you never imagined. Reinventing yourself is a journey, not a quick fix, and these 10 Stoic lessons are here to guide you every step of the way. Remember, each small action you take today, builds the foundation for a stronger, more purposeful tomorrow. Whether it's focusing on the present, mastering self-discipline, or aligning your life with your core values, you hold the power to create lasting change. If you found these insights helpful, give this video a thumbs up to let us know. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss more content on Stoicism, self-improvement, and wisdom for living a better life. We'd love to hear from you. What lesson resonated with you the most? Are there any Stoic practices you've already started using? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your journey could inspire someone else to start theirs. Thanks for watching, and here's to making 2025 a year of transformation.
How Stoics handle embarrassing moments. 10 practical tips. Embarrassment is a universal experience. We've all had moments that make us cringe or wish we could disappear. But how can we handle these situations with grace and wisdom? Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that emphasizes rationality and inner strength, offers timeless guidance on this matter. Today, we'll explore the 10 practical tips on how Stoics handle embarrassing moments, helping you navigate these situations with poise and resilience. Understanding embarrassment. Embarrassment occurs when we feel exposed or inadequate, often in front of others. It's a complex emotion triggered by social interactions and personal standards. The Stoics recognized that emotions like embarrassment are natural, but believed that how we respond to these emotions defines our character. By applying Stoic principles, we can turn embarrassing moments into opportunities for growth and self-improvement. Part 1. Acceptance. In the journey of life, embarrassment is an unavoidable companion. From tripping in public to saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, these moments can sting. However, the Stoics teach us a profound lesson. Acceptance. Embracing the moment without resistance is the first step towards mastering it. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, wisely stated, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This sentiment lies at the heart of Stoic philosophy. When faced with an embarrassing situation, rather than resisting or denying it, acknowledge it fully. Accepting the reality of the moment allows you to navigate it with grace and composure. By accepting what has occurred, you free yourself from the shackles of shame and regret. This doesn't mean you are indifferent or apathetic. On the contrary, it signifies a mature recognition of reality. Acceptance transforms embarrassment into a learning opportunity, a stepping stone to greater resilience. The embarrassment loses its power over you as you internalize this principle. You become a master of your emotions, no longer swayed by the tides of public opinion or personal mishap. Acceptance is not surrender. It is the first step in turning a potentially negative experience into a testament of your inner strength and wisdom. Part 2. Focus on what you can control. A core tenet of Stoicism is the dichotomy of control, understanding what is within our control and what is not. When embarrassment strikes, much of our distress stems from focusing on external factors, others' reactions, opinions, or the situation itself. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic emperor, reminds us that we should concentrate on our responses rather than the uncontrollable elements around us. By shifting our focus to what we can control, we reclaim our power. Imagine you've stumbled during a presentation. Instead of dwelling on the audience's potential judgment, concentrate on regaining your composure and continuing confidently. This shift in focus can transform your experience. You can't control the initial stumble, but you can control your reaction to it. This practice not only diminishes the impact of the embarrassing moment, but also builds a habit of resilience. Over time, this mindset fosters a calm, collected demeanor that others respect and admire. Part 3, rational assessment. Stoicism teaches us to assess situations logically, free from emotional distortion. Embarrassment often magnifies our perception of an event's severity. By stepping back and evaluating the situation rationally, we can diminish its impact. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, advised, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Applying this wisdom means breaking down the incident. What exactly happened? Why does it feel embarrassing? How significant is it in the grand scheme of things? For instance, if you've spilled coffee on your shirt before an important meeting, rather than spiraling into panic, consider the facts. You made a minor mistake, one that's easily fixable and unlikely to be remembered by others. This rational approach helps you regain perspective, reducing the emotional weight of the moment. It also encourages you to address the issue calmly and efficiently, showcasing your ability to handle challenges with poise. Part 4, perspective. The Stoics emphasized viewing events from a larger perspective. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the vastness of the universe and the brevity of human life to put his problems in context. When you find yourself embarrassed, step back and consider the insignificance of the moment in the grand scheme of things. Ask yourself, will this matter in a week, a month, or a year? By expanding your viewpoint, you reduce the immediate emotional intensity of the situation. Embarrassing moments shrink when seen against the backdrop of your entire life. This shift in perspective not only eases the sting of embarrassment, but also cultivates a sense of tranquility. You learn to navigate life's ups and downs with equanimity, focusing on what truly matters. Part 5, self-compassion. Practicing self-compassion is crucial in dealing with embarrassment. The Stoics encourage us to be our own best friend and counselor. Instead of harshly criticizing yourself for a misstep, extend the same kindness you would offer a friend. Epictetus advised, be gentle with yourself. It's natural to err. When you treat yourself with compassion, you create a supportive inner environment that fosters growth and resilience. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment and remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes. This practice not only soothes immediate distress, but also builds a foundation of self-trust and confidence. Over time, self-compassion transforms embarrassing moments into opportunities for self-improvement and deeper understanding. Part 6, learning opportunity. Stoicism teaches us to view every experience as a chance to grow. Embarrassing moments are no exception. Instead of seeing them as failures, reframe them as learning opportunities. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can it help me improve? For example, if you forgot your lines during a speech, use this as a cue to enhance your preparation techniques. Each embarrassing incident holds a valuable lesson that can contribute to your personal and professional development. By adopting this mindset, you transform potential setbacks into stepping stones. This approach not only reduces the emotional impact of embarrassment, but also aligns with the Stoic pursuit of continuous self-improvement. Part 7, humor and lightheartedness. Humor is a powerful tool in diffusing the tension of embarrassing moments. The Stoics valued the ability to take oneself lightly. Seneca often noted the importance of humor in maintaining a balanced perspective. When you find yourself in an embarrassing situation, try to see the lighter side. Laughing at yourself not only eases your discomfort, but also disarms others' reactions. It demonstrates confidence and resilience. For instance, if you've mispronounced a word during a presentation, a light-hearted comment about it can turn the moment into a shared laugh rather than a point of embarrassment. Humor transforms the atmosphere, making the experience more bearable and even memorable in a positive way. Part 8, premeditation. The Stoics practice premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, to prepare for potential challenges. By imagining worst-case scenarios, you can mentally equip yourself to handle them calmly if they occur. Visualize possible embarrassing situations and how you would respond stoically. For example, imagine stumbling during an important event. Visualize yourself recovering gracefully, perhaps even making a joke to lighten the mood. This mental rehearsal reduces anxiety and builds confidence. When a real embarrassing moment arises, you'll be better prepared to handle it with composure. Premeditation strengthens your resilience, turning potential discomfort into an opportunity to demonstrate your inner strength. Part 9. External validation. Stoicism teaches us to seek validation from within rather than relying on others' opinions. Marcus Aurelius advised, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." Reducing your reliance on external validation diminishes the power of embarrassment. When you place less importance on what others think, their reactions to your embarrassing moments lose their sting. Focus on your own values and self-worth. Remind yourself that your character and actions are what truly matter, not fleeting judgments from others. This internal validation fosters a sense of self-assurance that shields you from the emotional impact of external opinions. Part 10. Continuous practice. Like any skill, mastering the Stoic response to embarrassment requires continuous practice. Regularly apply the principles discussed: acceptance, control, rational assessment, perspective, self-compassion, learning, humor, premeditation, and internal validation. Each embarrassing moment is a chance to practice and reinforce these skills. Over time, you'll find yourself handling embarrassing situations with increasing ease and confidence. The more you practice, the more natural these responses become. This ongoing commitment to Stoic principles not only helps you navigate embarrassing moments, but also enhances your overall resilience and emotional intelligence, contributing to a more balanced and fulfilling life. To recap, we've explored 10 practical Stoic tips for handling embarrassing moments. Acceptance, focusing on what you can control; rational assessment; perspective; self-compassion; learning opportunity; humor; premeditation; reducing external validation; and continuous practice. These principles empower you to transform embarrassment into an opportunity for growth and resilience. I encourage you to apply these tips in your own life. Next time you find yourself in an embarrassing situation, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Share your experiences and insights in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more wisdom on living a resilient and fulfilling life. Remember, every embarrassing moment is a chance to demonstrate your inner strength and wisdom. As Seneca wisely said, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for our next video on harnessing the power of Stoicism in everyday life.
Ever found yourself endlessly waiting for a reply from someone who just won't text back? You feel ignored, confused, and maybe even frustrated. But what if I told you that this situation isn't a reflection of your worth, but a hidden opportunity to flip the script? In today's video, we're diving into a Stoic approach to handling silence and rejection with power and control. It's not about playing games or manipulating. This is about becoming your strongest, most resilient self. You'll learn why her silence doesn't define you and how, with the right mindset, you can transform this situation into a massive boost for your confidence and self-worth. Imagine not just handling being ignored, but thriving because of it. We're going to cover actionable steps, from staying calm and unbothered to embracing the power of silence and detachment. By the end of this video, you won't be reacting to someone else's behavior. You'll be responding with poise and purpose. Stick around to discover how to harness the timeless wisdom of Stoicism to take control, build your confidence, and make sure you're the one setting the pace in any relationship. 1. Set boundaries for emotional investment. I'll admit there was a time in my life when I didn't understand the importance of setting boundaries, especially when it came to emotional investment. I used to pour all my energy into someone I liked, hoping that by giving more, I'd somehow win their affection. But you know what I learned the hard way? Over-investing emotionally in someone who doesn't reciprocate is like pouring water into a bucket with a hole. It never fills up, and eventually you're the one left drained. There was this woman I really liked. We'd been texting for weeks and everything seemed to be going great, until one day she just stopped responding. No explanation, no reason, just silence. I remember checking my phone obsessively, rereading our previous conversations, trying to figure out where I went wrong. It consumed me to the point where I wasn't focused at work, skipped the gym, and felt like I was in a constant state of anxiety. One day, a good friend of mine said something that hit me like a ton of bricks. "Why are you giving so much power to someone who can't even send a text back? You're worth more than that." That's when it clicked. I realized I was investing my time, emotions, and energy into someone who clearly wasn't doing the same for me. Worse, I wasn't leaving anything for myself. That's when I knew I needed to set boundaries. Not for her, but for me. Here's what I did. I stopped reaching out. I told myself that if someone values me, they'll show it without me having to chase them. It wasn't easy, trust me. There were days I'd stare at my phone, tempted to send another message, but I resisted. Instead, I redirected that energy into things that made me feel good about myself. I started running again, took up reading, and even reconnected with friends I hadn't seen in a while. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but with every small step, I started to feel more in control. What I learned during that time is this. Setting boundaries is not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your peace and preserving your self-worth. It's saying, I deserve to be treated with the same effort and respect that I give. If someone isn't willing to meet you halfway, that's their loss, not yours. This doesn't mean I closed myself off from relationships, far from it. But now I approach them differently. I observe actions more than words. If someone consistently shows me that they're not as invested, I step back. No hard feelings, no drama, just a quiet acknowledgement that my energy is better spent elsewhere. Looking back, I'm actually grateful for the experience because it taught me a valuable lesson. I'm responsible for how I allow others to treat me. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's self-care, and in doing so, I've created space for the right people to enter my life, people who see my worth without me having to convince them. So, if you're in a situation where you feel ignored or undervalued, ask yourself, am I respecting my own boundaries? Am I investing too much into someone who's giving too little? If the answer is yes, it's time to pull back. Trust me, your future self will thank you. 2. Do nothing. And you know what? She started initiating more conversations, but by then, I'd learned something crucial. I didn't need her or anyone else to validate me. That realization ties perfectly into the second point, doing nothing. Doing nothing might sound counterintuitive, especially in a world where we're constantly told to take action or fix things. But when someone ignores you, sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. This isn't about playing games or trying to manipulate the situation. It's about understanding that your value doesn't depend on someone else's attention or approval. I used to think silence was the enemy. If I didn't respond to being ignored, I felt like I was losing control, like I wasn't doing enough to salvage the situation. But in reality, constantly trying to fix something that isn't reciprocated only puts you in a weaker position. Chasing after someone who's ignoring you sends a clear message. Your validation is more important to me than my self-respect. And let me tell you, that's not a message you want to send. So, the next time someone goes silent, here's what you do. Nothing. Don't send another text. Don't check their social media, and definitely don't overthink the situation. Instead, redirect that energy into yourself. When I say do nothing, I mean resist the urge to react emotionally or impulsively. Let their silence speak for itself and respond with your own silence. This isn't a game, it's a statement of strength. I remember one instance when doing nothing completely shifted the dynamic. A woman I had been talking to suddenly stopped replying after what seemed like a great conversation. My instinct was to follow up and ask if everything was okay, but I stopped myself. I decided to let her be, and instead focused on my own life. I went to the gym, worked on a side project I'd been putting off, and spent time with friends. To my surprise, a few days later, she reached out with an apology, saying she'd been overwhelmed with work. By doing nothing, I showed that I wasn't dependent on her response to maintain my sense of self-worth. And even if she hadn't reached out, it wouldn't have mattered. I had already moved on and spent that time building myself up instead of tearing myself down with overthinking. The power of doing nothing lies in the message it sends. I am not controlled by your actions or your silence. I control how I feel, and I choose to focus on myself. This approach not only strengthens your emotional resilience, but also makes you more attractive. Why? Because people are naturally drawn to those who are confident, self-assured, and unaffected by external circumstances. So, the next time you're tempted to double text or obsess over someone's lack of response, stop and remind yourself, sometimes the strongest action is inaction. Doing nothing allows you to reclaim your emotional energy, preserve your dignity, and focus on what truly matters. You. 3. Reframe rejection as redirection. It took me a long time to see rejection differently. For years, every time someone ignored me, I felt like I'd failed. I'd replay conversations in my head, analyzing every word, wondering what I did wrong. I couldn't see it for what it truly was. Not a dead end, but a redirection towards something better. One of the most empowering lessons I've learned is that rejection is rarely personal. Often it's a sign that the person or situation isn't aligned with who you are or where you're headed. Instead of focusing on what you're losing, focus on what you're gaining. The opportunity to grow, the chance to focus on yourself, and the space to invite something or someone more compatible into your life. I remember a specific time when I was texting someone I really liked. We had great conversations, but suddenly she stopped replying. I was crushed. I felt like I had messed up, and for weeks I couldn't let it go. But in the process of obsessing over her silence, I realized something. I had put her on a pedestal. I was so focused on winning her over that I had forgotten about my own needs and goals. Her ignoring me forced me to take a step back and reevaluate. I decided to reframe her rejection as a redirection. Instead of seeing her silence as a reflection of my worth, I saw it as a sign that I needed to realign my priorities. I threw myself into the things I'd been neglecting, working out, learning a new skill, and reconnecting with old friends. And you know what? Over time, I started to feel grateful for the experience. Her lack of interest freed me to focus on myself in a way I hadn't in years. What I learned is that rejection is not the end of the story. It's the beginning of a new chapter. Every time someone closes a door, they're creating space for something better to come into your life. It might be a deeper connection with yourself, a new passion, or even someone who appreciates you for who you truly are. Now, whenever I face rejection, I remind myself, this is redirection. I think about all the times something didn't work out, only for something better to follow. Maybe that job you didn't get led to an even better opportunity. Maybe the relationship that didn't work out taught you lessons that prepared you for the love of your life. It's all about perspective. When you reframe rejection as redirection, you take the power back. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of someone else's choices and start seeing yourself as the creator of your own destiny. So, the next time someone ignores you, ask yourself, what am I being redirected toward? What can I gain from this experience? By shifting your focus from what you've lost to what you can gain, you'll find that rejection isn't something to fear. It's something to embrace. 4. Shift the focus back to you. When someone ignores you, it's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of questions. Why aren't they responding? Did I do something wrong? Are they talking to someone else? I've been there, and I know how quickly those thoughts can spiral out of control. But the truth is, the more energy you give to someone who isn't reciprocating, the more you're neglecting the most important person in your life, yourself. I learned this lesson during a particularly rough time. I was texting someone I thought was interested in me, but suddenly her replies stopped coming. I wasted so much time refreshing my phone, hoping for a message that never came. My mood was tied to her actions, and my entire day could be ruined by her silence. Then one day, I looked in the mirror and thought, why am I letting someone else control my happiness like this? That moment was a turning point. I decided to shift the focus back to myself. Instead of obsessing over her lack of response, I redirected that energy into my own growth. I started hitting the gym more consistently, working toward a goal I had neglected. I picked up a new hobby, photography, that gave me a creative outlet and a sense of accomplishment. I even started catching up with friends I hadn't spoken to in a while. Something amazing happened when I made myself the priority. Not only did I feel better, but I also started attracting better energy into my life. The more I focused on becoming the best version of myself, the less I cared about whether or not she texted me back. I realized that my self-worth wasn't tied to her attention. It came from within. Here's what I discovered. When you shift the focus back to yourself, you become magnetic. People are naturally drawn to those who are passionate about their goals, confident in their abilities, and fully engaged in their own lives. It's not about pretending to be busy or trying to make someone jealous. It's about genuinely investing in your growth and happiness. Think about a time when you were deeply focused on something that mattered to you, whether it was a fitness goal, a creative project, or a career milestone. Remember how good it felt to wake up every day with purpose. That's the energy you need to channel. When you're locked in on your own mission, you stop worrying about who's texting you back because you're too busy building a life you're proud of. The next time someone ignores you, Use it as a wake-up call. Ask yourself, am I spending my energy wisely? Am I giving more attention to this person than I'm giving to myself? If the answer is yes, it's time to make a change. Hit the gym, dive into a project, reconnect with friends, or explore a new passion. Whatever you do, make sure it's for you. By shifting the focus back to yourself, you reclaim your power. You show that your happiness doesn't depend on someone else's attention, but on your own choices and actions. That's the kind of confidence that not only feels amazing, but also draws the right people into your life. 5. Use reverse psychology. One of the most surprising lessons I've learned in situations where someone ignores you is the power of reverse psychology. It's not about being manipulative or playing mind games. It's about showing strength by refusing to react emotionally or desperately. When you stop chasing someone's attention, you shift the entire dynamic in your favor. I'll never forget a time when I unintentionally used reverse psychology and saw how effective it could be. There was a woman I'd been texting, and suddenly she went silent. My initial instinct was to send another message or ask if I'd done something wrong. But I held back, mainly because I was tired of feeling like I was chasing people who didn't value my effort. So, instead of double texting, I decided to focus on my own life. I went out with friends, started posting about my fitness progress, and genuinely enjoyed myself. A week later, she messaged me out of the blue. "Hey, you've been quiet lately. Everything okay?" I was taken aback because I hadn't done anything to provoke her response, other than choosing to live my life without waiting for her attention. That's when it clicked. By not reacting to her silence, I had shown her that I wasn't dependent on her validation, and it made her curious. Here's the key to using reverse psychology effectively. It's not about ignoring someone to make them feel bad or playing hard to get. It's about demonstrating that you're confident and emotionally in control. When you stop seeking someone's validation, you communicate that your happiness and sense of self-worth aren't tied to their actions. This can make you stand out from others who might be desperately trying to win their attention. To use reverse psychology in a genuine and impactful way, focus on these steps. 1. Stop chasing. If someone stops responding, resist the urge to send follow-up messages or seek an explanation. Let their silence speak for itself. 2. Live your life. Redirect your energy into things that make you happy and fulfilled. Hit the gym, work on a personal project, or spend quality time with friends and family. Show, both to yourself and to the world, that your life doesn't revolve around someone else's attention. 3. Share your growth subtly. This doesn't mean bragging or trying to show off. Instead, share the things you're genuinely proud of, your achievements, hobbies, or experiences. People notice when you're focused on bettering yourself. 4. Respond calmly when they reach out. If they come back around, as they often do, avoid being bitter or overly eager. Respond with kindness, but maintain emotional distance. Show that while you're open to connecting, you're not desperate for their validation. Reverse psychology works because it flips the script. Instead of giving someone control over your emotions, you take the reins by focusing on your growth and happiness. This not only builds your confidence, but also makes you more attractive, not just to them, but to everyone around you. Ultimately, the goal isn't to win someone back. It's to show yourself that you don't need to chase anyone to feel valued. When you embody this mindset, you naturally attract people who see your worth. And if the person who ignored you doesn't come back, that's okay. you've already won by becoming a stronger, more self-assured version of yourself. Master the art of patience. Patience is one of the hardest lessons I've had to learn, especially in relationships and interactions. When someone ignores you, it's natural to want to resolve the situation immediately. You want answers, closure, or even just acknowledgement. But acting impulsively in the heat of the moment often backfires. What I've discovered is that patience isn't about waiting. It's about how you handle yourself while you wait. I remember a specific situation where my patience, or lack of it, was put to the test. I was talking to someone I really liked, and after a great conversation, she suddenly went radio silent. My first instinct was to send another text to check in, and then another, but something stopped me. I thought to myself, what if I just let this be? What if I allowed time to work its magic instead of forcing a response? It wasn't easy, but I decided to wait. In that waiting period, I shifted my focus back to myself. I started journaling, not just about the situation, but about my thoughts and feelings. Writing helped me process my emotions and recognize that her silence wasn't the end of the world. It was just a temporary moment of uncertainty. I also used that time to dive into my work, spend time with friends, and pick up a new skill I'd been wanting to try. The more I focused on myself, the less urgent her response felt. 2 weeks later, she finally texted me back, apologizing for being so busy. By then, I'd grown so much from the experience that her message didn't carry the same weight it would have if I'd been obsessing over it. I wasn't bitter or resentful. I was calm, collected, and in control. And that's the beauty of patience. It gives you clarity and strength, regardless of the outcome. Practicing patience means resisting the urge to react emotionally in the moment. When someone ignores you, it's easy to let your imagination run wild with worst-case scenarios. But patience teaches you to sit with uncertainty and trust that things will unfold as they should. It's about reminding yourself that your value doesn't depend on someone else's timeline. Here are some practical ways I've cultivated patience. 1. Breathe through the impulse. When you feel the urge to act, whether it's sending a follow-up text or overthinking, pause. Take a few deep breaths and give yourself time to reflect before making any decisions. 2. Distract yourself productively. Fill your time with activities that enrich your life, like exercising, working on a personal project, or catching up with loved ones. The more engaged you are with your own growth, the less you'll focus on someone else's silence. 3. Practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself during this waiting period. It's okay to feel frustrated or uncertain, but don't let those emotions spiral into self-doubt. Patience is a sign of emotional maturity and self-control. It shows that you trust yourself and your ability to handle whatever comes next. Whether the person reaches out or not, you've already won by staying composed and focused on what truly matters: you. Over time, this level of patience becomes second nature, and it transforms not just how you handle relationships, but how you approach life as a whole. 7. Detach from the outcome. Detaching from the outcome was one of the most liberating lessons I ever learned. When I first heard about this concept, it sounded like giving up. I thought, how can I not care about the outcome when I really like someone? Isn't caring part of the process? But what I misunderstood was that detachment doesn't mean not caring. It means caring more about your own peace and self-worth than the result of any one interaction or relationship. There was a time when I tied my happiness to whether someone texted me back, said yes to a date, or validated me in some way. I'd obsess over the smallest details, replaying conversations in my mind and worrying about how things would play out. It wasn't just exhausting, it was unhealthy. My mood was a roller coaster, entirely dependent on someone else's actions. One day, I hit a breaking point. I remember sitting with a friend who gave me a piece of advice that changed everything. Stop worrying about whether it works out. Worry about whether you're okay no matter what happens. It sounded simple, but it hit me hard. I realized I'd been giving away my emotional stability, allowing someone else to control my happiness. That's when I decided to try something new, letting go of the need to control the outcome. The next time I was in a similar situation, where someone I liked wasn't reciprocating the same energy, I made a conscious effort to detach. I told myself, if they respond, great. If they don't, that's okay too. Either way, I'll be fine. It wasn't easy at first. I had to fight the urge to obsess over the situation or seek closure, but the more I practiced, the more freeing it became. Here's the beauty of detachment. It puts the focus back on you. When you stop worrying about whether they like you or respond to you, you regain your power. You remind yourself that your happiness doesn't depend on external validation. It comes from within. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care about the other person. It means you care more about your peace and well-being. One powerful way I've learned to practice detachment is by asking myself this question: am I okay if this doesn't work out? If the answer is no, it's a sign I'm too emotionally attached to the outcome. That's when I take a step back, focus on myself, and remind myself that my life is full and valuable, with or without this person. Over time, I noticed something surprising. Detachment makes you more attractive. When you're not desperately seeking someone's validation, you exude confidence and self-assuredness. People are drawn to that energy because it's rare and magnetic. The irony is, when you stop chasing a specific outcome, you often end up with better results. Not because you manipulated the situation, but because you showed that you're secure in yourself. So the next time you find yourself overly focused on whether someone likes you or responds to you, pause and practice detachment. Remind yourself that you're enough, no matter what happens. By letting go of the outcome, you'll find a sense of freedom that transforms not just your relationships, but every aspect of your life. 8. Stay calm and unbothered. One of the biggest lessons I've learned in life and relationships is the importance of staying calm and unbothered, especially when things don't go as planned. When someone ignores you, it's easy to let your emotions take over. Frustration, anxiety, and even anger can creep in. But losing your composure only hands over your power to the other person. Staying calm, on the other hand, shows strength, confidence, and emotional control. I used to be the person who reacted immediately. If someone didn't text me back, I'd feel the need to follow up, question why they weren't responding, or overthink the entire situation. It wasn't just draining. It made me come across as insecure and needy, which is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. Eventually, I realized that my emotional reactions weren't helping the situation. They were only making things worse for me. I remember one particular instance when someone I was dating went silent after what I thought was a great conversation. My initial reaction was panic. Did I say something wrong? Did they lose interest? But instead of acting on those emotions, I decided to try something different. I took a deep breath, went for a run to clear my mind, and told myself, their actions don't define me. I control how I feel. That shift in mindset made all the difference. By staying calm, I gave myself the space to think clearly and realize that their silence wasn't about me. It was about them. Maybe they were busy. Maybe they weren't sure how they felt. Or maybe they just weren't as invested as I was. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. What mattered was how I handled the situation, and staying calm allowed me to maintain my dignity and self-respect. Here's the thing, calmness is powerful. When you refuse to let someone else's actions dictate your emotions, you become unshakable. People notice when you're composed under pressure, and it makes you stand out. Staying calm doesn't mean you don't care. It means you're secure enough in yourself to not be rattled by temporary setbacks. To cultivate calmness, I've found a few strategies that work wonders. 1. Pause before reacting. When you feel the urge to respond emotionally, take a moment to breathe. Give yourself time to process your feelings before taking any action. 2. Engage in calming activities. Physical activity, meditation, or even listening to your favorite music can help you reset your emotional state and regain control. 3. Focus on perspective. Ask yourself, will this matter a week from now, a month? Often, the things that feel overwhelming in the moment are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Staying calm isn't just about handling specific situations. It's about building a mindset that serves you in every area of your life. When you approach challenges with composure, you not only feel better about yourself, but also become more attractive to others. Confidence, after all, is magnetic, and nothing screams confidence louder than someone who is calm, unbothered, and in control. The next time someone ignores you or tests your patience, resist the urge to react impulsively. Take a step back, breathe, and remind yourself that your peace is too valuable to be disrupted by someone else's behavior. Staying calm isn't just a reaction, it's a choice. And when you choose calmness, you always come out on top. 9. Embrace the power of silence. Silence can be incredibly powerful, especially when someone ignores you. It took me a long time to understand this, but I've learned that not every situation requires a response. Sometimes silence says more than words ever could. When you respond to someone's silence with your own, you're showing that you don't need to chase or seek validation. Instead, you're signaling that you're confident enough to wait, and that your happiness doesn't rely on their attention. I remember a time when someone I was interested in suddenly stopped texting back after a few really good conversations. My initial reaction was to reach out, to try and get some kind of closure or at least an acknowledgement. But something stopped me. I thought, what if I just let this go? What if I give myself a break and instead let my silence speak for me? Choosing silence was a struggle at first. I was worried they'd forget about me, that they'd think I didn't care, or that they'd move on. But instead of acting on those insecurities, I decided to focus on myself. I poured my energy into my work, went to the gym, picked up a new book, and spent time with friends. The more I embraced the power of silence, the more liberated I felt. I wasn't waiting around for a response. I was actively living my life. Surprisingly, about a week later, they reached out. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a casual message asking how I'd been. But by that point, I didn't feel the same urgency or need for their validation. My silence had done more for my confidence than any text ever could. I'd learned that staying silent didn't mean I didn't care. It meant I cared more about my self-respect than chasing someone's attention. Silence, when used intentionally, communicates strength and self-assurance. Here's why it works. When someone expects you to react and you don't, it catches them off guard. It makes them wonder why you aren't seeking their approval or why you aren't affected by their absence. This isn't about playing games. It's about showing that you're grounded enough to stand on your own without needing to fill every moment with words or gestures. Here's how you can embrace the power of silence in a healthy, authentic way. 1. Resist the urge to fill the silence. When someone goes quiet, let it be. Don't send a follow-up message or try to force a response. Give the situation the space it needs. 2. Focus on self-growth. Use this time to invest in yourself. Pick up a new hobby, dive into a passion, or reconnect with friends and family. Fill your life with meaningful activities that remind you of your own worth. 3. Be okay with any outcome. Embracing silence means accepting that the other person might not reach out, and that's perfectly fine. When you're truly comfortable with silence, you're at peace with whatever happens next. The power of silence lies in its simplicity. It's a quiet reminder to both you and others that your life is full, even without constant interaction or validation. Silence allows you to focus inward on what truly matters. And when someone finally does break that silence, you'll know that it wasn't because you chased after them. It was because they felt drawn back to your calm, centered energy. So the next time someone ignores you, try responding with silence. You'll be amazed at how much strength you feel from simply letting things be. Silence is not an empty space. It's a declaration of self-worth and the confidence to let go. 10. Reframe rejection as redirection. One of the most empowering shifts I've made in my mindset is learning to see rejection not as a personal failure, but as redirection. When someone ignores or rejects you, it's easy to feel hurt and wonder what you did wrong. But over time, I've realized that rejection often has less to do with me and more to do with the other person's needs, circumstances, or even timing. What seems like rejection is often just life guiding you towards something or someone better aligned with your growth and values. I remember a time when I was really invested in someone who ended up drifting away without explanation. I spent weeks wondering what went wrong, replaying conversations, and even blaming myself for not being enough. But as painful as it was, that experience forced me to take a step back and reassess what I truly wanted in a relationship. I began to realize that the qualities I valued most, consistency, openness, and mutual effort, weren't actually there. Her rejection wasn't a comment on my worth. It was a sign that we weren't truly compatible. That's when I started embracing the idea of redirection. I stopped looking at her silence as a sign of my inadequacy and started seeing it as life steering me toward people and experiences that would actually nourish and respect me. I let go of my need for closure and instead focused on what I could gain from this experience. I redirected my energy toward things that mattered to me, like building stronger friendships, working on my fitness goals, and even rediscovering my passion for painting. What I found is that when you reframe rejection as redirection, you open yourself up to new opportunities and connections that are better suited to you. Rather than dwelling on what you lost, you focus on what you can gain, and that shift is incredibly freeing. Here's how to make this mental shift and start seeing rejection in a more positive light. 1. Reflect on what you've learned. Every rejection carries a lesson. whether it's about recognizing red flags, understanding your needs, or simply learning to let go. Take time to consider what this experience has taught you and how you can use it to grow. 2. Trust that better things are coming. When one door closes, it's often because another, better door is waiting to open. Remind yourself that rejection can be a setup for something that aligns more closely with who you are and what you deserve. 3. Redirect your energy. Instead of using your energy to chase validation or closure, invest it in yourself. Focus on activities, hobbies, and relationships that lift you up and bring you joy. This not only helps you heal, but also prepares you to recognize and attract what truly fits with your life. Rejection isn't the end of your story, it's just a new chapter you didn't anticipate. When you start viewing rejection as redirection, you'll find that life has a way of leading you to places and people who actually fit into the bigger picture of who you're meant to become. Every no becomes an opportunity to say yes to something better. So the next time someone ignores or rejects you, take a deep breath and remind yourself that this is not a loss. It's a redirection, a gentle nudge to keep moving toward the people and experiences that are genuinely meant for you. When you embrace this mindset, you'll discover that what's meant for you won't require you to chase, convince, or feel less than. It'll come to you naturally because it's truly aligned with who you are. So, the next time someone ignores you, remember, it's not a reflection of your worth, but a chance to reclaim your power. By embracing calm, staying focused on yourself, and applying these Stoic principles, you can handle any situation with strength and confidence. This isn't just about dating or relationships. It's about mastering your own emotions and becoming the best version of yourself. If you found this video helpful, please hit that like button. Subscribe for more insights on building resilience and self-mastery, and share it with someone who might need this reminder. And I'd love to hear from you. Drop your thoughts and takeaways in the comments. How do you handle being ignored? And which Stoic approach resonated with you the most? Let's continue this journey together toward unshakable confidence and peace. Here are 10 things Sigma males do without even realizing that terrify people. Their quiet confidence, independence, and stoic demeanor make them a mystery and sometimes a threat. But why do these traits, rooted in strength and self-mastery, leave such a powerful impression? Imagine a person who walks into a room and instantly shifts the atmosphere without saying a word, or someone who stays calm and collected while everyone else spirals into chaos. These are Sigma males, and their natural behaviors challenge societal norms in ways that intrigue and intimidate. In this video, we'll explore how their silence speaks volumes, why their independence makes others question their own, and how their emotional resilience leaves manipulators powerless. Each of these traits ties back to timeless Stoic principles that anyone can adopt to live a more confident, self-reliant life. Stay until the end, and you'll discover how embracing these traits can not only transform your life, but also command respect wherever you go. 1. They are silent observers. Sigma males possess a unique ability to silently observe their surroundings, absorbing details without the need for constant commentary. This trait often leaves others feeling uneasy, as silence can be more intimidating than words. In group settings, their quiet nature is mistaken for judgment or disinterest. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. Their observation is a form of understanding the world, a practice rooted in Stoic philosophy. By observing rather than reacting, they gain clarity and avoid unnecessary entanglements. For example, Imagine a Sigma male in a team meeting. While others enthusiastically pitch ideas, he listens intently, occasionally jotting down notes. His silence might make others wonder if he's critiquing or planning something profound. In reality, he's simply processing the information to form a well-thought-out perspective. This behavior is powerful because it unsettles those accustomed to constant feedback or validation. The Sigma male's presence becomes a reminder that silence holds immense power. Stoicism teaches the value of listening and observing as tools for understanding. Sigma males unknowingly embody this principle, and it's their quiet confidence that can terrify others. Their demeanor speaks volumes, even when they choose not to utter a single word. 2. They value independence over conformity. Sigma males live life on their own terms, valuing independence over fitting into societal norms. They resist the pressure to conform, which often unsettles those who thrive on group validation or societal approval. To a Sigma male, being true to oneself is more important than blending in. This makes them unpredictable, as they refuse to follow the same paths others are conditioned to take. For instance, while most people may follow trends or pursue conventional career paths, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional route, such as becoming a digital nomad or pursuing a passion project. To others, this rejection of norms can appear rebellious or even threatening. It disrupts the status quo and forces people to question their own choices. This trait aligns deeply with Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes autonomy and self-reliance. Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, not from external approval. Sigma males, often unknowingly, embody this mindset. They forge their own path without fear of judgment, leaving others intimidated by their unwavering self-assurance. Their independence isn't just a lifestyle, it's a statement that they answer only to themselves, which can terrify those who fear stepping outside the norm. 3. They are unaffected by criticism or praise. One of the most unsettling traits of a Sigma male is his emotional resilience. Criticism and praise roll off him with the same indifference, leaving others bewildered. Most people rely on feedback, positive or negative, to gauge their worth or make decisions. Sigma males, however, remain unaffected, drawing their sense of value from within rather than external validation. Imagine someone tries to belittle a Sigma male in a public setting, expecting a defensive or emotional response. Instead, the Sigma male calmly acknowledges the comment and moves on, as though it holds no weight. This level of detachment can be infuriating for those trying to provoke a reaction. Similarly, when showered with praise, a Sigma male might offer a polite nod without allowing it to inflate his ego. This emotional control is deeply rooted in Stoicism, which teaches that external opinions are outside our control and should not dictate our inner peace. By staying grounded, Sigma males avoid being swayed by the highs and lows of external judgment. To others, this emotional invincibility is both inspiring and intimidating. It signals a strength that cannot be manipulated, leaving people unsure of how to interact with someone so self-possessed. 4. They set boundaries without explanation. Sigma males are masters at setting boundaries, and they do so without the need to explain or justify their decisions. This trait often catches people off guard, as many are used to seeking approval or offering lengthy explanations for their choices. A Sigma male's firm yet silent boundary setting can feel abrupt or even intimidating to those who don't understand the importance of protecting one's energy. For instance, if a Sigma male feels overwhelmed by social obligations, he may decline invitations without offering a reason. To others, this might come across as cold or dismissive, but for the Sigma male, it's simply a matter of prioritizing his mental and emotional well-being. His ability to say no without guilt is a hallmark of his self-respect. This behavior is in line with Stoic teachings, which emphasize the importance of guarding one's inner peace. Stoics believe that we should focus on what truly matters and not be swayed by the demands of others. Sigma males embody this by valuing their time and energy above external pressures. Their ability to set boundaries so effortlessly can leave others feeling rejected or unsettled, even though it's not their intention. 5. They focus on purpose, not popularity. Sigma males are purpose-driven individuals who prioritize meaningful goals over social approval. They're not interested in being the center of attention or conforming to social hierarchies. This focus on purpose often makes them appear detached or even unapproachable, which can unsettle those who rely on social connections to feel validated. For example, while others might spend time engaging in office gossip or attending social events to climb the corporate ladder, a Sigma male prefers to dedicate his energy to mastering a skill, completing a project, or pursuing a personal goal. This intense focus can make him seem distant, as though he operates on a different wavelength from everyone else. This trait is grounded in Stoic philosophy, which teaches individuals to prioritize what is within their control and aligned with their values. Sigma males inherently embody this mindset, focusing on their purpose without being distracted by the noise of social validation. This quiet confidence and clarity of intent can intimidate those who measure success by popularity or external recognition. By staying true to themselves, Sigma males challenge societal norms, often leaving others questioning their own priorities. 6. They are comfortable being alone. Sigma males thrive in solitude, finding peace and strength in their own company. While many people feel uneasy being alone, Sigma males embrace it as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. Their comfort with solitude can confuse or even intimidate those who depend on constant social interaction to feel secure. For instance, a Sigma male might choose to spend a weekend hiking alone rather than attending a group event. Others may misinterpret this choice as antisocial or arrogant, but for the Sigma male, it's simply a way to recharge and connect with his inner self. His independence highlights the reliance many people have on external validation, making them uncomfortable. This trait aligns with Stoic principles, which encourage self-sufficiency and introspection. The Stoics believed that solitude is essential for cultivating inner strength and wisdom. Sigma males unknowingly embody this philosophy, demonstrating that true confidence comes from within. Their ability to find contentment in their own company is a stark contrast to societal norms, often leaving others both inspired and intimidated by their self-reliance. 7. They rarely seek validation. Sigma males have an innate ability to make decisions without seeking validation from others. They trust their own judgment and follow their intuition, which can make others feel unsettled, especially those who rely heavily on collective opinions to make choices. This self-assurance often comes across as defiance or arrogance, though it's simply confidence in their own path. For example, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional career path, like starting a business or pursuing a creative passion, without worrying about what others think. His lack of concern for societal expectations can make others question their own reliance on external validation. People often feel intimidated by someone who doesn't need their approval to thrive. This independence is deeply rooted in Stoicism, which teaches individuals to focus on what is within their control and not be swayed by the opinions of others. Sigma males naturally embody this mindset, standing firm in their decisions without hesitation. Their unshakable confidence in their choices can make them a source of admiration and fear, as they seem immune to the societal pressures that affect most people. 8. They are calm in high-stress situations. One of the most striking traits of a Sigma male is his ability to remain calm under pressure. While others may panic or react emotionally, Sigma males keep their composure, which can make them natural leaders in chaotic situations. Their calmness, however, can also intimidate those who are used to more reactive behavior. Imagine a high-stress work environment where deadlines are looming. While others scramble and stress, a Sigma male calmly assesses the situation and takes decisive action. His ability to stay level-headed might make others feel inadequate or exposed for their lack of control. This trait is a cornerstone of Stoicism, which teaches the importance of emotional regulation and focusing on what can be controlled. By remaining calm, Sigma males demonstrate a mastery over their emotions that others find both impressive and unsettling. Their composure in difficult moments not only sets them apart but also challenges the chaotic energy of those around them, often leaving a lasting impression. 9. They avoid gossip and drama. Sigma males steer clear of gossip and drama, focusing instead on what truly matters. This avoidance of trivial conflicts can make them seem aloof or judgmental, unintentionally intimidating those who thrive on social interaction. Their disinterest in engaging in petty matters signals that they operate on a different level of priorities. For instance, in a workplace setting, when co-workers gather to gossip about a manager, a Sigma male might excuse himself or redirect the conversation to a more productive topic. This action can make others feel exposed or insecure about their own behavior. This trait is consistent with Stoic teachings, which emphasize the importance of focusing on one's own actions and avoiding unnecessary distractions. Sigma males naturally embody this principle, choosing to invest their time and energy into things that align with their values. Their refusal to engage in gossip not only protects their peace, but also serves as a silent reminder to others of the futility of drama, which can be both inspiring and unnerving. 10. They see through manipulation. Sigma males have a sharp sense of perception that allows them to see through manipulation and deceit. This ability to recognize hidden motives often leaves manipulators feeling exposed and powerless, which can be terrifying for those who rely on such tactics to control others. For example, a Sigma male in a negotiation might sense when the other party is being disingenuous and calmly call them out or redirect the conversation. His refusal to play along with manipulative games can make others feel vulnerable as they realize their usual strategies won't work. This sharp perception is closely tied to Stoic philosophy, which values clarity of thought and truth-seeking. Stoics strive to see the world as it is, free from illusion or bias. Sigma males unknowingly live by this principle, cutting through deception with ease. Their ability to identify and disarm manipulation makes them formidable and intimidating to those who attempt to control them. By staying true to their values and principles, Sigma males project an aura of unshakable confidence that leaves a lasting impression. Sigma males embody traits that naturally command respect and at times unintentionally intimidate others. From their calm under pressure to their unwavering independence, these behaviors are rooted in timeless Stoic principles that anyone can adopt. By mastering self-reliance, emotional control, and focus, you can cultivate the same quiet confidence that sets them apart. If you found this video insightful, let us know in the comments which of these traits resonated with you the most. Are there any you've experienced yourself or noticed in others? Share your thoughts and takeaways. We'd love to hear from you. Don't forget to like this video if you found it helpful, and subscribe for more content on self-improvement, Stoicism, and Sigma male wisdom. Share this video with someone who might benefit from these lessons. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. You know, I've been thinking about how sometimes saying less speaks louder. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. Whoever talks a lot often fails, they say, and lately, I think I'm starting to understand why. This realization didn't come suddenly. It crept up on me, like a thought that doesn't want to be ignored. I'm sitting here, cup of warm tea in hand, and thinking back to all those times when, in a rush to fill the silence, I just kept talking. I thought if I said more, it would make things clearer, but it often did the opposite. Let me tell you about one of those moments. A few years back, I was catching up with an old friend. We hadn't seen each other in years, and I was eager to fill him in on everything. My work, my travels, all these stories that felt important to share. I was so caught up in my own narrative that I didn't even notice how quiet he had gotten. I just kept going, thinking I was making this fantastic conversation. And then he interrupted me, kind of hesitantly, and he said, "I really wanted to tell you something." It turns out he was going through something heavy, something that I'd missed entirely in my monologue. He needed someone to listen, and here I was, just filling the air with my own stories. I remember the way his face looked, the slight disappointment. I'd failed to be the friend he needed. And you know, that look stayed with me, longer than I'd like to admit. From then on, I started to notice this pattern in myself. The more I spoke, the more I missed out on what others were actually trying to say. Or maybe what they were not saying, but were hoping I'd notice. And as I started paying attention to this, I saw it everywhere. Not just in my conversations, but in others too. It's like we're all afraid of the quiet moments, like we have to fill them up with words, no matter if they're necessary or not. But here's the thing. In silence, something special happens. There's space. Space for thoughts to breathe, for feelings to surface, for meaning to reveal itself. The times when I finally chose to stop talking, just let the words settle. I began to understand things I couldn't see when I was busy trying to be heard. I heard myself more clearly, and I started to really hear other people. I had another moment like this with my son recently. He was telling me about his day, about a challenge he'd faced, and I could feel that familiar urge to jump in, offer advice, tell him what I thought he should do, but I caught myself just for a moment. I held back. I let him talk, let him feel the silence after he spoke, and in that silence he found his own answers. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've had as a parent, to just let him have his own space, to listen and let him hear his own voice. Looking back, I realize how much richer my life would be if I had chosen silence more often, especially when I thought I had all the right words. Speaking less taught me so much more about the people around me, about what they needed, about how they felt, and even about myself. Because when we stop talking, we give ourselves permission to listen, not just to others, but to what's happening within us. It's funny how we often talk ourselves in circles, trying to fill up gaps, trying to make sense of things out loud, when sometimes all we need is to sit with our thoughts, let them settle, to be present in a way that goes beyond words. And I'm not saying I've got this down perfectly. I'm still learning. but I've come to believe that words are powerful only when they're given the space to mean something. So, if there's one thing I'd share with you, sitting here with my cup of tea and my reflections, it's this. Don't be afraid of the quiet. Sometimes, in the moments when you hold back, you'll hear things that were there all along, words you didn't have to say, answers you didn't have to search for, and you'll find a kind of peace in that silence, a connection that runs deeper than words. So next time you find yourself in a conversation, take a breath, pause, and listen. You might just find that less is indeed more.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem to thrive in the face of adversity while others struggle to cope? What if you could develop a mindset that empowers you to handle life's challenges with grace and strength? The ancient philosophy of Stoicism offers timeless principles that can help you build resilience and inner fortitude. By embracing these 20 Stoic principles, you can transform your approach to life's inevitable ups and downs, finding not only strength, but also a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. Let's explore how these powerful ideas can guide you toward a more resilient and empowered life. 1. Practice mindfulness. Practicing mindfulness means being fully present in the moment, aware of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings, without judgment. This principle can significantly enhance your resilience by grounding you in the here and now. For instance, imagine you're walking in a park. Instead of being lost in worries about the future or regrets about the past, you focus on the sights, sounds, and smells around you. You notice the vibrant colors of the flowers, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the scent of fresh grass. This simple act of mindfulness can reduce stress and increase your appreciation for life's small pleasures. In a work setting, practicing mindfulness might involve paying full attention to a meeting, listening intently to colleagues without planning your next response, which can lead to more productive and meaningful interactions. By training yourself to stay present, you can improve your ability to handle stress, make clearer decisions, and build stronger relationships. 2. Always expect the worst. Expecting the worst doesn't mean being pessimistic. It's about preparing yourself mentally for potential challenges. This approach reduces anxiety and enhances resilience. For example, a project manager anticipates possible setbacks, like delays in delivery or unexpected technical issues. By considering these scenarios, they develop contingency plans, ensuring they're ready to handle any problem that arises. This preparation leads to a more composed and effective response when faced with real difficulties. Similarly, an athlete visualizes not just winning, but also dealing with injuries or losses, which helps them stay focused and resilient under pressure. By expecting the worst, you can turn potential setbacks into manageable challenges. 3. Make alliances with winning people. Surrounding yourself with positive influences is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Think of a student who struggles with motivation. By joining a study group with diligent classmates, they find themselves inspired to adopt better study habits and achieve higher grades. Similarly, an entrepreneur partners with experienced business people who provide valuable advice and support, leading to better decision-making and business success. These alliances not only offer encouragement, but also expose you to new perspectives and strategies. Winning people lift you up, help you stay motivated, and guide you through challenges, making your journey smoother and more rewarding. 4. Remember, death is inevitable. The awareness of mortality can profoundly impact your priorities and decisions. Consider a professional who spends all their time working, neglecting family and personal interests. After a close friend's sudden passing, they realize the importance of balancing work with quality time spent with loved ones and pursuing personal passions. This shift in perspective leads to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing the inevitability of death helps you focus on what truly matters, whether it's strengthening relationships, pursuing meaningful goals, or simply enjoying life's fleeting moments. This awareness encourages you to live with purpose and intention, making the most of your time. 5. Stop worrying about what is out of your control. Focusing on what you can change and letting go of what you cannot control is a key aspect of Stoic resilience. Imagine a job seeker stressing over a company's hiring decision. Instead of worrying about the outcome, they concentrate on refining their resume, improving interview skills, and exploring other opportunities. This shift in focus not only reduces stress, but also increases their chances of success. In everyday life, a parent might stress about their child's grades, which they cannot directly control. Instead, they focus on providing a supportive learning environment at home. By directing energy toward what's within your control, you reduce unnecessary anxiety and become more effective in handling life's challenges. 6. Your reactions forge your destiny. How you handle misfortune defines your life. Consider two individuals who face a job loss. One becomes despondent and gives up, while the other sees it as an opportunity to pursue a long-held passion. The latter's positive reaction leads to new opportunities and personal growth. Similarly, in a sports context, an athlete who loses a crucial match can either dwell on the loss or use it as motivation to train harder and improve. By choosing to respond constructively to setbacks, you can turn adverse situations into stepping stones for success. Your reactions shape your destiny, making resilience a matter of perspective and choice. 7. Incorporate humility. Adopting a childlike wonder and a willingness to learn fosters resilience and growth. Picture a seasoned chef who, despite years of experience, eagerly attends cooking classes to learn new techniques. This humility keeps their skills sharp and their passion alive. In another scenario, a manager who admits to not having all the answers and seeks input from their team builds a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement. Humility allows you to remain open to new ideas, acknowledge mistakes, and grow from them. It's this mindset that enables you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and adaptability, always ready to learn and evolve. 8. Bet on simplicity. A simple life reduces stress and pressure, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Consider a busy professional overwhelmed by commitments. By decluttering their schedule, prioritizing tasks, and saying no to unnecessary obligations, they find more time for relaxation and meaningful activities. This simplification leads to a significant reduction in stress. Similarly, a family that opts for minimalist living, focusing on experiences rather than possessions, often finds greater joy and connection. By betting on simplicity, you create space for what's important, reduce distractions, and enhance your overall well-being. This principle encourages you to find peace in less, fostering a more balanced and content life. 9. True wealth is a contented spirit, and appreciating what you have rather than lamenting what you lack cultivates true wealth. Imagine a person living in a modest home who focuses on the love and joy shared within the family rather than comparing their situation to wealthier neighbors. This contentment brings them more happiness than material wealth ever could. Similarly, a professional who takes pride in their work, regardless of their position, experiences a sense of fulfillment that money can't buy. By shifting your focus from external possessions to internal satisfaction, you develop a richer, more contented spirit. This mindset helps you find joy in everyday moments and appreciate the abundance already present in your life. 10. Guilt is a plague. Avoid blaming others or yourself excessively to foster responsibility and growth. Picture an employee who made a mistake on a project. Instead of dwelling on guilt or blaming colleagues, they acknowledge the error, learn from it, and implement measures to prevent future mistakes. This proactive approach not only enhances their skills, but also builds trust with their team. In personal relationships, letting go of guilt and taking responsibility for your actions can lead to healthier interactions and personal growth. By viewing mistakes as learning opportunities rather than sources of guilt, you create a mindset focused on improvement and resilience. 11. Do not cling to a single hope. Diversify your dreams to increase your chances of success and reduce the impact of setbacks. Consider an artist who dreams of becoming famous. Instead of focusing solely on one gallery exhibition, they explore multiple avenues, like teaching art classes, selling work online, and participating in community projects. This diversification not only opens up various opportunities, but also makes them more resilient to disappointments. In another scenario, a student applies to multiple colleges rather than pinning all hopes on a single institution, ensuring they have options regardless of the outcome. By not clinging to a single hope, you spread your risks and create multiple paths to success. 12. Listen twice as much as you speak. Valuing others' voices over your own can significantly advance your life. Imagine a leader who spends meetings actively listening to team members rather than dominating the conversation. This practice not only boosts team morale, but also uncovers valuable insights and ideas. In personal relationships, a friend who listens attentively builds deeper connections and trust. By listening more, you understand different perspectives, learn from others' experiences, and make more informed decisions. This principle helps you build stronger, more meaningful relationships and fosters a culture of respect and collaboration, both personally and professionally. 13. Ignore those who hate you. Not wasting time on negative people is essential for maintaining your mental well-being. Picture an author who receives harsh criticism online. Instead of engaging with detractors, they focus on positive feedback and constructive critiques, using them to improve their work. This approach not only preserves their peace of mind, but also fosters growth. In a workplace, an employee who ignores toxic gossip and aligns with supportive colleagues finds greater job satisfaction and productivity. By avoiding those who bring negativity into your life, you conserve energy for positive interactions and personal development, creating a more uplifting and empowering environment. 14. Prepare to fail. Embracing failure as a path to improvement is crucial for resilience. Consider an inventor who views each failed prototype not as a setback, but as a step closer to success. This mindset allows them to learn from mistakes and refine their designs, ultimately leading to breakthrough innovations. Similarly, a student who struggles with a difficult subject but views each mistake as a learning opportunity is more likely to improve and succeed. By preparing to fail and seeing it as a necessary part of growth, you become more resilient, persistent, and open to new possibilities, transforming failures into stepping stones for success. 15. Control your reactions. Not letting others dictate your emotional state is a powerful aspect of resilience. Imagine a customer service representative dealing with a rude client. Instead of reacting angrily, they maintain composure, addressing the issue calmly and professionally. This not only diffuses the situation, but also leaves the representative in control of their emotions. In personal relationships, staying calm in the face of conflict allows for more constructive resolution and prevents escalation. By controlling your reactions, you protect your peace of mind and demonstrate emotional strength. This principle empowers you to navigate challenging interactions with grace and maintain your inner balance. 16. Friendship is above wealth. Valuing genuine friendships over material wealth enriches your life profoundly. Picture someone who prioritizes spending time with close friends over working extra hours for more money. These friendships provide emotional support, joy, and a sense of belonging that money cannot buy. In another example, a person chooses to help a friend in need rather than pursuing a lucrative but morally dubious opportunity. This choice strengthens their bond and reinforces their values. By placing friendship above wealth, you build a support system that enhances your happiness and resilience, proving that true riches lie in meaningful relationships. 17. Be aware of the dangers of fortune. Recognizing that wealth can corrupt and attract false friends helps you maintain integrity and genuine relationships. Consider a lottery winner who suddenly finds themselves surrounded by people seeking favors. By being cautious and discerning, they protect their wealth and well-being. In another case, a successful business person stays grounded by maintaining old friendships and focusing on personal values rather than material gains. This awareness helps them navigate the complexities of wealth without losing sight of what truly matters. Understanding the dangers of fortune allows you to handle success wisely, preserving your integrity and ensuring your relationships remain genuine. 18. Extract benefit from everything. Finding the positive in all situations fosters a resilient mindset. Imagine a traveler whose flight gets cancelled. Instead of lamenting the delay, they use the time to explore the airport, meet new people, or catch up on reading. This positive attitude turns a frustrating situation into an opportunity for new experiences. In a work scenario, an employee who misses out on a promotion might use the setback to identify areas for personal growth and skill development. By extracting benefit from every situation, you train yourself to see opportunities in challenges, enhancing your resilience and ability to thrive in any circumstance. 19. Fulfill your duty. Performing your role without expecting praise cultivates a sense of responsibility and inner satisfaction. Picture a nurse who works diligently to care for patients, not for recognition, but out of a genuine commitment to helping others. This dedication not only benefits those they care for, but also provides the nurse with a deep sense of fulfillment. In a family setting, a parent who performs daily chores and responsibilities with love and without seeking accolades creates a nurturing environment. By focusing on fulfilling your duties, you build a strong character and find intrinsic rewards, knowing you've done your best regardless of external acknowledgement. 20. Embrace change. Understanding that change is inevitable and learning to adapt gracefully is essential for resilience. Consider a professional who faces a major industry shift. Instead of resisting, they proactively learn new skills and adapt to the changes, positioning themselves as a valuable asset in the evolving landscape. In personal life, someone who moves to a new city might embrace the opportunity to explore, meet new people, and grow from the experience. By embracing change, you become more flexible and open to new opportunities, turning potential disruptions into pathways for growth and improvement. This adaptability is a cornerstone of a resilient and successful life. In conclusion, by integrating these 20 Stoic principles into your daily life, you can cultivate a mindset of resilience and strength that empowers you to face any challenge with grace and wisdom. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot always control what happens to us, we can control our reactions and attitudes. This shift in perspective can transform adversity into opportunity, fostering personal growth and inner peace. As you embrace simplicity and focus on what truly matters, you will discover a profound sense of contentment and fulfillment. Embrace these timeless teachings and let them guide you toward a life of greater resilience, strength, and enduring happiness.